Hello everybody, welcome into my latest live broadcast. Today it is Friday, TGIF. It is the 3rd of June 2022 and my name is Kerry Holzman. So if you're new here, welcome aboard. We only ask that you be kind. We don't care how smart you are, we don't care how dumb you are, we don't care your gender, your age, your religion. All we care about is that you're a nice person. And if you are a nice person, please join us in our chat room. Right now, I have sort of met the middle ground for today's broadcast for participation, and that you must be a subscriber for at least 10 minutes, and you can join us in the chat room. If you're rude, vulgar, if you're trying to correct the instructor throughout the class, you will be banned out of the chat room. So just be a nice person, say hello, and engage in friendly conversation. We'd love to have you. Thanks to Peter Laycock, who kicks us off with a 50-pound contribution before we even got started. Peter also sent a very generous birthday gift early. My birthday's not for 3 weeks, but he said, you know, use this to buy something for yourself, not the channel. I don't know what I want. But thank you so much, Peter, for your continual generosity and your kindness. Peter also sent us a message that says, good evening, Kerry, and everyone in the chat from Edinburgh, Bonnie, Scotland. I'll not be watching tonight's show, but we'll catch up Saturday after work. Have a great show. Well, thank you so much, Peter. I know you gave me a heads up the other day. He was working a long shift, and well, we're glad to have you here when you're here. And of course, the show will be waiting for you, available after it's live for you to enjoy. Some of you get a little freaked out when you watch a previous live broadcast and don't see the chat room. This happens because YouTube processes the video and processes the chat, and that process can take anywhere from 2 hours to 24 hours. So if you're really quick to watch a video that just ended, a live video, you might find that it's not available in HD. You might find that I'm referring to a chat room that doesn't exist. But if you wait a few hours, then the HD processing should be complete and the chat room processing should be complete. So when you go to play back a previously live video, you can watch it as though you were watching live with the full HD and the full chat room happening in real time. So just bear that in mind. If you just missed a live stream, likely you're not going to see it in HD, and you're not going to have the chat room available until YouTube finishes processing that stream. There are a number of variables that relate to how many videos YouTube is processing at the time, how long the video is, and how long it's already been processing. That will determine how long the processing will take. There is no set amount of time that I've ever determined from YouTube, other than, you know, give it if you want to watch in HD and you want to watch the chat room playback and you're not seeing the HD option or the chat room playback, it's because you're not giving YouTube enough time to process the video. Maybe let it sit a couple hours and come back and try again, or give it a day. It'll certainly be done in a day for sure. But that's just a heads up for those of you who are trying to problem solve when there is no problem to solve. That's all normal operating procedure from YouTube's perspective. And thanks everybody for joining me in the chat. I see a lot of familiar faces and names, both green and blue, in our chat room. Roy Starman contributes $10 and says, hello Kerry and gang. Right on, Roy Starman. Thank you for the support, and hello to you. I've got a laptop for today's video, and this laptop comes to us from Madi Yoel. You'll recognize Madi. He's been in our chat room for years. He's ordered a number of computers from me, and he went all out and bought this Asus ROG gamer laptop. This thing, I think he said, was around $3,500, and it was driving him crazy because it's got this RGB keyboard. He couldn't figure out how to turn it off, and I mean, I don't know how to turn it off. I figured there's got to be a button usually up in here somewhere that you can adjust that, and he said there wasn't. And eventually, I think he either took it somewhere local in Florida where he's at, or he figured it out. So now the keyboard doesn't light up at all, which makes it very difficult to see in a dark room. So I'm not even sure how to turn that back on, but we'll take a look at this. The reason why Madi has sent it to me is he wants to upgrade the NVMe storage to 2 terabytes. So we've got in Samsung 970 Evo Plus 2 terabyte drive, and a link for this if you want to buy one is in the video notes below the video. This was selling for $229, which really upset me because they were $199 and I needed it. So I ordered it and paid the $229, and no sooner than I got it, the price went to $189. So right now at Amazon, today, June 3rd, 2022, you can get this amazing Gen 3 Samsung 970 Evo Plus for $189.99 with free shipping at Amazon. It's a great deal. So Amazon wouldn't credit me back a $30 difference. You know what I had to do? I had to return the one I bought, which is so stupid. But I had to return it back to Amazon and then buy a new one at the $189 price. And at the moment, that return hasn't processed yet. I only shipped it back yesterday. And then, you know, it's silly, right? But it's $30 is a lot of money. So I sent it back because it was brand new in a box. I never opened it. And they were able to get this to me overnight. From the time I ordered it at night, it arrived the next morning. So there was no reason for me to have to, you know, eat that $30 difference. And what I suspect happened is Amazon ran out of these, and it was a third-party seller that had marked it up because the return was a little weird. Normally with Amazon, when you buy things sold by Amazon, you can typically take it to a UPS store, just the product in the product box. You don't have to put it in a shipping box. This one that I sent back required a shipping box, which is very unusual. So I suspect that was a third-party seller. Whenever you see prices at Amazon higher than you think they should be, look at who the seller is. 99 times out of 100, that seller is not the manufacturer or Amazon. It is a third party that is scalping, essentially. So, you know, I've had people email me and tell me how Scythe has marked up the price of their coolers, and I have to point out to these folks, look at who the seller is. Scythe ran out of coolers, so Amazon shows you what's available from third-party sellers by default, and it's the third-party sellers that are marking up the price of the coolers. When the Mugen 5 Black Edition is back in stock, it will sell for the same price. That's how you know right away if you're buying from the manufacturer or not. Your first clue, when you see a price that is higher than expected, whether it's Newegg or Amazon, take a look at who the seller is. And not all sellers have return policies, so you don't necessarily get that great Amazon customer service. You don't get the great Amazon pricing. But if Amazon is out of stock on something and you need it, well, that's what the seller's hoping for. You'll be willing to pay a little more for it because you can't wait. In this case, I didn't know the price was going to go back down to $189. I paid $229 with sales tax. It's another $20 in sales tax. We're close to $250 for this. So yeah, for 30 bucks, I sent it back because the return was free. I ordered a new one, saved myself $30. The other thing, I guess he's got a mechanical drive in here. I'm not sure. We're going to turn this on and see what it's all about. But I did get this SanDisk 2 terabyte, 2.5-inch SATA drive, SSD. And so our goal is to open this up and upgrade these two components. I think he's got 32 gigs of RAM in here, so we can leave that alone. Now, I have never touched one of these before. I've never opened one up. I've never even seen one in person. I've got a link to the modern version of this laptop, which is a 12th gen. This, I believe, is a 9th gen, so it's a couple years old. But you can see, it looks like Muddy has barely used it. It looks like brand new. So we'll take a look at what the specs are. It's a Core i7. We've got an RTX graphics card. Which one, I'm not sure, but we're going to fire that up and see. I wanted to also show you a few cool things I bought off of Amazon. Hey, there's Marty, contributes $10. He says, I'll pay you back. No, Marty, you already paid for the solid-state drive. What ended up happening is Marty bought a solid-state drive for this desktop board and processor. We've got a 9900KS, which is a limited edition processor, and we're looking for an individual who sees a value in that because we want to sell it. It's Marty's old 9900KS, but we're putting it onto a different motherboard because Marty's motherboard it wasn't doing well. So we've got this 9900 KS, and we bought a 2 terabyte Samsung drive to go with it. And then what we ended up deciding to do is we'll use the 2 terabyte drive for the laptop instead. But then John Yasuda sent his computer in. And we decided, well, we had John's computer. He had that 1 terabyte Samsung NVMe drive. We'd upgrade him to 2 terabyte. And so we did that, and I just used what was Madi's original 2 terabyte because it was brand new in a box waiting before production time. And then I told John, you know, John's been a frequent contributor here to the channel, and I like to make sure all of my loyal viewers receive a gift when it's possible, especially if they're in the United States, because I can't send any hardware out outside of the United States. So I told John, I said, I'm going to give you the 2 terabyte NVMe drive as your gift. I'd like all of my loyal viewers to receive a gift, whatever that may be, whether it's a veteran computer giveaway, whether it's a cooler or a power supply. Each person, I hope, can have an opportunity to win one thing. Now, once they win something, they're ineligible to win again until everybody has a chance to win something. And that's what I'm aiming for here, and particularly paying attention to those who have been generous to me to make sure that I show generosity back and show my appreciation to them. However, also for people that have been loyal subscribers to the channel who are always in the chat room and perhaps financially struggling, I also want to make sure that they get something as well. And then we've got a lot of viewers that are outside of the United States, and for them we'll do some kind of a software giveaway, maybe a Crotus, maybe RoboForm. I don't know, we'll figure something out. Maybe even Malwarebytes or Windows 10 licenses, Office licenses. I haven't made up my mind yet, but I don't want anybody outside of the US to feel like you're getting snubbed. It's just sending hardware outside of the US is cost prohibitive and likely prone to damage, and you'll have to pay import fees that could be as much as 50% of the item's retail value, even after I've paid for the item, I've paid to ship the item, I pay to insure the item. Then you have to pay the import fee, which your government decides. I have no control over it. And if you open the box and the item's broken, well, too bad. So that you see, that doesn't really make any sense. But with software that you can go and download, and I can give you a product key, we can handle that all over the world. So we'll make sure that over time that I hope everybody gets an opportunity to win something. So I was on Amazon the other night, and I was looking for a few things. One thing I was looking for was a USB Type-C to Ethernet adapter, because I'm getting more and more laptops that have that Type-C kind of Thunderbolt, and I always have this little adapter laying around where I can go Type-A to Type-C, which is fine. In a pinch, I use it, but I much rather would have the Ethernet adapter built in with Type-C. Now, the thinner and more modern the laptop is, the more likely it's going to have one of these USB Type-C ports on it, and also it's more likely not going to have an Ethernet plug in the laptop, because that would make the laptop thicker in order to accommodate that. So many new laptops, they just leave out the Ethernet port. They figure you're going to go wireless. However, this is like $16 on Amazon, and this is simply a, here's a little cap. This is a USB Type-C to Ethernet. It should require no driver. We just plug it into the Type-C. Windows 10 should load the driver automatically. And look, if your Wi-Fi broke on your laptop, or if your Ethernet broke on your laptop, you don't need to take that to a shop to get it fixed. Spend $16, buy one of these, problem solved. If you don't have a Type-C USB, just get the same thing with the Type-A on the end of it, and you're good to go. They're very inexpensive. They work solid. They're like a rock. This is how it's packed. We get a little instructions. And that is going to go into my parts drawer right over to my right, where I have my regular, this was also, I think, no, this isn't UGREEN. UGREEN makes a lot of really good quality peripherals. I don't know where they came from, but I've been real happy with the quality and the price of their stuff. But this is essentially the same you know, Ethernet to a Type A USB. And again, they're under $20. The other thing I picked up is another power switch. You know, when I'm working on desktops and I have these, you know, like this device here I use to power things on. It's still kind of wonky to have it sitting on the desk. So I wanted to buy one that was more in line to the way I use it. So I picked up, by the way, I'm unboxing these live, unrehearsed, unscripted on this video, so hopefully this meets my expectations. Okay. Here we go. So what this is, we've got 3 connectors on here. So apparently, well, we only have 2 connectors on here. We've got a power switch and a power LED. That's all there is. And then there is double-sided sticky tape on the back of this if you wanted to affix it somewhere. But at least I can set this down. I wish it was weighted. But that way I can manually turn computers on and off when I have the motherboards out. That's a lot more convenient. And it looks like we've got some weird adapter here. And I don't know what this is for. Connect the 2 male ends of the splitter cable with the PC's original power switch and this button switch. Okay, so that's if you want to be able to use the power button on the case and then have this like somewhere inside of the case if you're overclocking, you don't want to have to reach around. So that's a pretty unique idea. I will never ever use that, but I'll stick it in this drawer over here. But this was exactly what I was hoping it would be. I only wish that there was some kind of a heavy metal iron base so this would, you know, funk down. I don't like that it's so lightweight. And I'm not going to stick anything to the bench. But I'm happy with that. This is like $8 on Amazon. The link for this is also in the video notes below this video. Finally, you know, growing up in the 80s, really didn't have a lot of money, to put it mildly. And if you needed to buy a tool, tools were relatively expensive. And I would go to the local auto parts store because generally that was a lot closer than, let's say, a Sears that has those Craftsman tools that were always very expensive. Sears was always at the mall. The mall is 5 miles away. I'm not going to ride my bicycle to the mall. So what I would do is you go to the auto parts store, or maybe you go to an Ace Hardware store, True Value, something like that, and look for an inexpensive tool that I need to, let's say, fix the car. I wasn't necessarily buying the tool I wanted, and I wasn't necessarily buying the tool I needed, but I was buying the tool I could afford that was close enough to get the job done. And as you can imagine, let's take for an example, you got a car that doesn't start. You're alone, and you want your car to run. You're 17 years old, it's 1985, let's say, and the routine would be you either walk to the auto parts store to get the tools you need or the parts you need to fix the car, or I could ride my bicycle. The bus wouldn't make any sense, I'm not going that far, and the bus takes forever. So these days, you can order the tool, the exact tool you need from Amazon. Furthermore, you can order the part you need for the car from Amazon. And then all you have to do is wait, and the parts and the tools show up right at your door. Oh, can you imagine living in 1985 and having the ability to do that? How incredible. So if the car's not running, and I want to get it running, as long as I can wait a day for the parts, usually within a day the Amazon orders arrive and you can get everything you imagine. Not only that, but we were turning every single screw and every single ratchet, and now they've got power ratchets and power drivers, and you just push a button. They even have battery operated impact drills that, you know, have 21, what do they have? 2,100 pounds of force. You can easily remove the lug nuts off of a tire without having to break them free. That's how powerful some of these battery-operated impact drills are. Of course, if you've had a pneumatic tool set and a compressor, good for you. We didn't have that kind of money. And that in the 80s, that was the only way you could automate getting screws on and off quickly, was through owning a compressor and then having the money to pay for the compressor, maintain the compressor tools, and the line that you need to run, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the battery operated stuff, so much better. I am a fan of the Ryobi line of electric tools, and I am because they're inexpensive. The battery is called a 1+ battery. It runs across more than 220 tools. Everything from a battery-operated Dremel, battery-operated glue gun, battery-operated hand vacuum, battery-operated chainsaw, battery-operated weed whacker, battery-operated cleanup vacuum. It's all the same battery. Just move them right along the line. Drills, impact drills, jigsaws, table saws, chainsaws, tire inflators. You just put the battery on the tire inflator and squeeze the trigger, and it's a $20 tire inflator. The battery costs more than the tool does. I love that I can have, say, 2 batteries and 15 tools and just move the battery around where I need it. So when I was on, the reason I'm telling the story is when I was on Amazon the other day, I was looking for some tools that might make my life a little bit easier when I'm building and repairing computers. And there's an expensive set of tools from a company, they're called VAMPLIERS. Now, these are made in Japan, and Japan makes some really good tools. I've been very, very happy with all the tools I purchased from Japan. Now, these are the kind of tools, let me bring it up to the camera and I'll show you. These are the kind of tools you're going to buy once, and you're going to own them likely for a lifetime. Now, you can buy a set of needle nose pliers like this here in the States, maybe at Harbor Freight Tools for $6. And then when it breaks, you can throw it away and buy another one, and that'll just be the wheel going around and around. Or you can spend $25 and buy it once. And that's what this is. This is a $25 set of precision needle nose pliers, and these are appealing to me because they're narrower than the other needle nose I have. Let me show you. For the longest time, and because I was raised without money, I would just use whatever tool I had that I could make work. And over time, I never thought until recently that maybe I could, afford some nicer tools now. So I've got, for example, these needle nose pliers here. These are probably $6. They have a little spring that keeps them held open. And they're pretty good for small electronics work, especially back in the day when we had to move jumpers. Pliers like this were really useful, but I don't really use these much anymore. If anything, I need something with a bit more precision. I also don't find them to be too comfortable. It's a very simple coating there on the metal, and you want that anytime you do electronics work, just in case something shorts out, you won't get shocked, right? Because that's an insulator. So I saw these, and I said, okay, well, it's time. Let me see if these are as good as everybody rants and raves about how good they are. And now we'll compare them side by side. Let me take this, they got a little safety cap on here. Okay, so once again, there's a little spring right there that keeps them open. You can see they open wider. They are physically a little bit longer. They're narrower, more precise, and these grips are far more robust, far more comfortable. And so I'm looking forward to retiring these, with a little wire cutter. I never use the wire cutter in pliers. These don't have that. They're specifically for pliers. I use a wire cutter to cut wires, and I don't use a wire cutter as needle nose pliers, right? Different tools for different jobs. So I like that this is a specialty tool, and I like how precise it is. I'm not a big fan of paying $25, but these are the kind of tools that just last a lifetime unless you lose them. Now there is an alternative to VAMPLIERS, and by the way, link for this is in the video notes. There's a company called Engineer, and they're also a Japanese company, and they make basically the same tools, the same design as far as I can tell, but they're a little bit less money. So this is a tool extractor. You can see the tip of that has the ability to take out screws that have been stripped. But look at the handles are about the same. Everything's written in Japanese, and the company's name is Engineer. And they're a good alternative to VAMPLIERS, but if you want that name brand, VAMPLIERS are the ones to get. So slowly but surely building up some more tools, because quite frankly, a lot of what I do, whether you see me struggle or not struggle, a lot of times is based on the tool that I'm using. Oftentimes, if I'm struggling with something, it's because I'm not using the right tool. And again, growing up as a teenager in the 1980s, I learned how to make a tool do what I need it to do if it's close enough. But now we don't have to live that way anymore. The selection of tools that you have at Amazon that are just a click away, and a variety from all over the world. I wouldn't have been able to get Japanese built tools, maybe at a hobby and craft store, and they would mark them up a lot more than Amazon is. So if they're 25 bucks on Amazon, they'd probably be $40 at a hobby store, at least in the 80s. Furthermore, there's nothing worse than going into an auto parts store, looking down the tool aisle, and they don't have the tool that you're looking for. So you've got to, be creative and find a tool that you could make work. Otherwise, it's back on the bicycle and you're pedaling your way to the next place. So with Amazon, being able to order the tool, order the part I need, have it come right to my door, I think for the amount of time you're saving, the amount of gas you're saving driving around, or the amount of effort you're putting into it, is worth it's justifying buying a more expensive tool than maybe what you initially thought. And I cannot believe how cheap tools have become. Things like a ratcheting socket wrench in the 1980s was likely $20. Today, for $20 on Amazon, you can get a set of 3. And I mean, they're heavy duty, with a carrying case, and you'll get one of each, a 1/4 inch socket, a 3/8 socket, and a 1/2 inch socket. No excuse not to have it. Now, it's probably not the best ratcheting socket wrench you could buy, but I use them very infrequently. So, look, as long as I'm able to use it to do a job, working on the car or whatever, if it breaks on me, they're so cheap, just go online and buy another one. That's my attitude towards that. So the links for the USB Ethernet adapter, the remote power switch, and the VAMPLIERS are all in today's video notes. And you'll notice the latest version of this laptop, the 12th gen version, it's still around the same price point Madi had paid. And it's a model I never really thought about before. When I think of gaming laptops, I think of Dell XPS, I think of Alienware, I think of Razer. I never really thought about the Asus ROG line of laptops before. So this is a new and eye-opening experience for me. Robert Katnia contributes €5. He says, Kerry, I like your show every time. Right on. Thank you, Robert. Thanks for supporting the channel. And did I miss any others? Looks like I missed a few. Paul Cleaver contributes £2. Says, hey, Kerry, it's good to see you and the A-team. Right on. Thank you, Paul. Chris Mold contributes £10. Chris says, here's a little question. Here's a little something. I have a question. Is an illusion or a wee bit of dirt, but the keyboard seems to have marked the screen? I don't think so. you guys, you know, you're getting a reflection here that the camera is picking up that I don't see in person in front of the laptop. I have seen laptops where when you close them, sometimes the screen, as the laptop ages, it might sag a little bit and hit the keys. And then when you, I'm sure you've all seen this, when you open up the screen, you'll have like a little line here where the keys are. So with the right angle, I'm trying to determine, I can see what you're talking about right here with this angle, but I'm trying to determine if it's a reflection. Or the other thing it can be is that the screen needs to be cleaned. Now, if we're going to clean any type of a screen, whether it's a television or a computer screen, a laptop screen, we want to use a microfiber cloth. So I'm going to just step off frame here for a second. And this is a microfiber cloth right here. These are really inexpensive. Amazon sells them super cheap. Harbor Freight, there's often a coupon that if you buy anything at Harbor Freight, you get a free package of microfiber cloths. What I'm going to do is just put some water on this from the kitchen sink over here. I'm going to step again off camera, and we're just going to put some water on one corner. So I'm going to show you what I just did since the camera is not able to follow me around. I put water in that corner, right? You can tell. And I have not wringed it out, so I should be able to take this now. Now, the reason you don't want to use cleaners like Windex or anything with ammonia is it could take off the anti-glare coating if your monitor has an anti-glare coating. Then I'm going to take a dry part of this microfiber cloth and wipe it down this way. We go both up and down and left and right. And we'll see if that keyboard still shows up here on the screen. What it likely was dust and debris building up on the keyboard. And by the way, I'm using the wet corner here to wipe down this laptop. And then I'll take any other dry area of the microfiber cloth. You know, you don't want it so wet that it's dripping because you don't want to get any water in the machine. But I think what we were looking at was just dust that attracted to the screen when the lid was closed, because I don't know about you, but I don't see the keyboard impression on there anymore. See that? So sometimes you just got to do a little bit of cleaning. Now, the beauty of this is I don't need to wash this. We barely used it. You can see it's still really clean. So I'm just going to put it back in the corner where it was. It's going to air dry. In fact, you know what? I'm going to hang it right over my tripod here. That'll air dry and be ready for us to use again. But you can clean a big screen TV like that, clean your monitor like that. Stay away from rubbing alcohol. Stay away from anything with ammonia. Like I said, it will eat at the anti-glare coating your screen may have. And furthermore, you don't want to use any type of a paper towel or regular cotton towel because it can leave little tiny scratches across your screen. You know, if you've ever looked at a car's paint job and a car's been washed a few times and wiped down with towels, there's fine scratches all across the entire paint job. So always best to dry a car inside and out. Anytime you're drying anything, quite frankly, a microfiber towel is always the way to go. There's really no advantage, let me rephrase, there's no disadvantage to using a microfiber cloth, even where one is not needed. So for example, if I'm wiping down the interior of my car, microfiber cloth. Now yes, will a typical washcloth work? It absolutely will. But the beauty of the microfiber cloth is I can use that same cloth on the outside of the car, on the lights, on the window. Now if I'm cleaning a car window, then I'll definitely use an ammonia-based cleaner. A lot of times to clean a car window real good, get some isopropyl alcohol, some rubbing alcohol, put that on the microfiber cloth, and then wipe down the window with the alcohol. And the alcohol is going to evaporate. Then get yourself some glass cleaner, appropriately glass cleaner. Usually I get stuff in an aerosol can, sprays and it foams up, and then take a clean, dry microfiber towel and clean that windshield. Go around in circles, go up and down, go left and right until you don't have any streaks. Do the front side of the windshield and the inside of the windshield. Do your mirrors that way, do your rear windows, your door windows, and you'd be surprised how effective that rubbing alcohol is at getting film that you don't even realize is on your windshield. But a windshield is not a monitor. So if you're cleaning a windshield, or if you're cleaning traditional windows in a house, ammonia-based cleaners are great. Rubbing alcohol is great if you have a film you're trying to get rid of. If you're cleaning any electronics, microfiber cloth. Best tip I can give you. So remember, it's all about using the right tools, and in this case, the microfiber cloth would be considered a tool. And yeah, I think the keyboard print is gone now. Let me take a look here in the chat, see if I've missed any other questions from you guys. Happy to take questions during today's broadcast. Robert Catnia with a 5. Oh, you already said that one with a €5. Thank you again, Robert. And Cordius Technology says, don't use ammonia base on window tint. Good point, I completely forgot. And especially here in Arizona, pretty much every car has tint. You do not want to use an ammonia-based product on your window tint. Thank you, I completely, that missed. See, if this wasn't live, I could edit that. KO wants to know, if I use a microfiber cloth, what do I use to clean? Water. Yeah, that's what I just said. I think you need to rewind and listen to the explanation. Let's see. Cerise says, I use spray for my glasses that have anti-glare coating, non-ammonia, non-alcohol. Works great if water isn't enough. Yes, they do sell specialty cleaners. And if you're somebody who wears glasses and you're cleaning them all the time, it might be worth investing in that. But I think for most of us, you get the water for basically free out of your sink with a microfiber towel, which is very inexpensive, and you can make your window shiny and clean. You can use, make your laptop screen, your desktop screen, your television, your big screen TV, just water in the microfiber cloth, and you don't need to spend money for fancy cleaners. Unless you have something extremely neglected that is going to need a little bit more work. But hopefully, if you stay on top of it, it never gets bad. Steve Mercure says, hey, Uncle Kerry, are you aware of a tool that can be used to remove user profiles from Windows 10 Computer Lab PC? Dell Prof used to work great, but not with Windows 10. I don't quite understand what your issue is. You should be able to go into the control panel under the users section, and you should be able to delete any profiles you don't want. It should be that easy, and there's an option to keep files or delete files. You shouldn't need a special tool for what is already built into Windows. And then finally, you can just double check your work. After you've deleted the user profiles you don't want from the control panel, restart the computer, and then go to the C drive using File Explorer, go to the users subdirectory, and see if the user profiles are still in there. And if they are in there and they haven't been completely erased, just right mouse click on the user profiles you don't want that you already have deleted, which should be gone. If you selected to remove the user's files, Windows 10 should completely remove those user profiles. But like I said, if they're still there after that, then you can right click on these user profiles, choose delete, and they're gone forever. I don't know why anybody would want a tool for that. It would take you longer to grab the tool, install a flash drive, run the tool. I mean, I don't know how many profiles you're taking off of machines, but I could probably rip 15, 20 profiles off a computer using this method in under 30 seconds a profile. So that would be what I would do. Paul Cleaver contributes £5, says, Carrie, what size monitor is on this laptop? That's a good question. The monitor says it's an IPS panel with 144 hertz and a 3 millisecond response time. I would suggest you take a look at the link in the video notes below the video that's pointing to this laptop, and it should give you the specifications for that size. This is probably somewhere around 17, if I had to guess. It's, you know, it's on the larger size. Patrick Rousseau contributes $5. It says, suggestion, use the magnetic screw tray I sent for the new power button. That way it will be weighted. There's nothing metal, unfortunately. So the power button, which I put in here just a second ago, didn't I? There's nothing, I don't know why you think this is going to stick to a magnet. There's nothing metal in here. This is all just plastic. So I suppose you could take the sticker off, stick it down in the screw tray, but now there's no way for the cable to run, right? So the cable's got to run up and over the lip of the tray, and it's going to take up more space on my desk. Whereas, you know, I would just as soon take something like a silver dollar and a hot melt glue gun and just glue a silver dollar. It'll cost me $1, and I think that would solve that. You'll see I'm not a fan of those magnetic screw trays. I've had a few viewers send them to me, and I've explained time and time again, I don't use them, I don't like them, and there's no convincing me to use them. They're not convenient. Now, I have a little ramekin filled with spare screws I keep right up here, but the problem with those, for me, is the screws are hard to pull out because the screws get stuck on that strong magnet, and I'm fighting with it trying to get the screw out, and often they're very small screws and they're hard to get enough grip on them to break them free of the magnet. So I really, really do not find those magnetic trays useful. I think I've got a half dozen of them. People keep sending them to me. I keep asking people not to. I think I've got 4 or 5 lights that, you know, you wear on your head. I've asked people to stop sending them. They still send them as though they're enlightening me. When, you know, first of all, I appreciate the gesture. It's a nice thought. But I need one of those like I need another hole in my head. So I always ask people, if you want to contribute, please do so using an Amazon gift card. And that way I can actually go on Amazon and buy the tools I need, not the tools you think I need. There's a big difference. You might like a tool that I hate. So I really appreciate when folks send those Amazon gift cards so that I can get things like the USB to Ethernet adapter, the power switch. Pretty much everything you see has been purchased through Amazon. So that would be much more useful to me. I have a number of items people have sent that I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with them. It feels a bit disrespectful to throw them out or to give them away. So they kind of go into a drawer that I very rarely visit that drawer. And it's like, all right, well, this was a nice gift. It was a nice thought, but it would have been more thoughtful to just, whatever that cost you, just send the Amazon gift card and let me get what it is I need. And sometimes things I need are very expensive. And if you're just sending a $10 thing, well, a $10 Amazon gift card that comes from a lot of you adds up and can total a large enough amount to cover the more expensive thing I want to buy. So, you know, you can have a hand in helping me acquire some of the more expensive equipment that kind of on my dream wish list, okay? But in the meantime, of course, you don't have to contribute anything at all. All I ask is that you're nice and you're kind, and it's always great to see people that are supportive to one another. Here in our chat room, we have an amazing community of like-minded individuals, and I'd certainly love to see the community grow with more like-minded individuals, and I appreciate all of you and your thoughtfulness. Let's see if I'm missing anything else here in the chat before we continue. Frank says he bought a magnetic tray that was cheap from Harbor Freight Tools when he saw me using one. Yeah, I have used them in the past, but I always end up getting frustrated with them, and you know, you don't see it again. Channel Zero contributes $5 Australian. He says, I think I'm having a midlife crisis, but instead of buying a sports car, I'm overcompensating with my computer. I've got to tell you, I think I made the wrong decision with this new Mustang. I'm realizing more and more that I move a lot of equipment around. I'm moving computers, I am moving, you know, UPSs, I'm moving whatever I've got to do to pick up parts from a customer, return parts to a customer, pick up systems, drop off systems. And the Mustang's not conducive to that. So I started thinking, so the Mustang for me, the new one, is very uncomfortable. So what I'm thinking is maybe I just keep the old Mustang, because there's nothing wrong with it. Or maybe I even get rid of it. I still have the old one, I haven't sold it yet. But this new one, it's just uncomfortable, and it's not very practical for me. So I'm thinking maybe, I don't know how much money I'll lose if I do this, but trade it in for like a Lexus SUV, like the NX, was it a 350 NX or something like that? And then I can have my comfort. It's a V6, so it's not going to have anywhere near as much horsepower as that V8 Mustang, but it'll get pretty much the same gas mileage, and I'll be able to haul computers in the back. You know, I had that 1999 Chevy Blazer that I bought brand new in 1999. It was a two-door Chevy Blazer. And I just haven't realized how much I relied on it. I had to pick up a box from Studio A. There's no way that box was going to fit in the back of the Mustang. This is not possible. When John Yasuda sent me his computer, there's no way that box could fit in the Mustang. When I took that computer back to John, I just put the computer in the trunk without any box or anything. And it didn't leave much room for anything else. So I'm starting to think I made a wrong decision here. I've never owned a Lexus, and I know it's not really a car buyer's, a car enthusiast car. I don't know, any of you had any experience with those? Are they any good? I've heard good things about Lexus in general. The interior isn't as nice as I'd like it to be, but it's not bad. The other thing I saw that I was considering, but I think I'd be stupid to do it, would be to buy a used Porsche Panamera, because you can get one that's like 10 years old for $30,000. But I'm concerned the maintenance is going to kill me. You know, it's a V6 Porsche, but I'm very concerned that an oil change or any repairs are going to be very costly. Also, it's a really wide car, and I'm always paranoid of people parking too close to me and swinging their doors open into me. So I could get a used Porsche Panamera or a new or relatively new Lexus, I think it's called an NX. It's sort of a smaller four-door SUV. They're all V6. I don't know. What do you think? Because I'm finding whenever I have to go somewhere, I very rarely take the Mustang. And it's usually because I have to pick something up or drop something off. It's really a work vehicle for me. And the Mustang is really intended to be a weekend, you know, let's go out for the weekend kind of a vehicle. And for what it costs, I don't really think I need that. The old Mustang is just fine. So I could get rid of the new Mustang and the old Mustang, and that would almost probably pay for a lightly used Lexus NX, maybe even a new one. The heads-up display, all the really cool features. I don't know. It's a big decision. I'm getting old, and the idea of having something comfortable and practical where I could fold the seats down and have all this storage compartment area, and at the same time bring the seats back up and people can join us to go somewhere. Can't really do that with the Mustang. The back seats in the Mustang they're fine if you don't have any legs. but the car is so uncomfortable. So uncomfortable. I don't know. I'll figure it out. David DeViller says, the Panamera is a beauty, but not as reliable as it should be. My brother-in-law bought a used one. It rained one day and it wouldn't start. Yikes. Frank Jimmy says, look at the Mazda CX-5 or CX-9 SUVs. You know, I've looked at them and they don't really... I want something a little bit luxury. Like, it's more important to me that it's comfortable than it's fast. Performance isn't important to me. Patrick says, get a minivan. I have a minivan. That's what I've been using to haul around all these big boxes. And it's a 2007 Dodge Caravan. And it looks like it's been rode hard and put away wet. Like, this thing is beat up. The great thing is, I don't care about it. So it's a little embarrassing to show up in this beat up minivan to a client's location. On the other hand, you know, what do clients think if you pull up in a Porsche? Are they going to think you charge too much? I don't know. But this minivan, it runs great. It's just a little 4-cylinder. It's got 3 rows of seats. I pulled the seats out of it, so it's just basically a big cargo van. And I've been moving stuff constantly from Studio A to Studio B. I pick up stuff from customers. I drop off stuff to customers. If I have to go to Walmart, I don't care where I park it or how close somebody is next to me. If they door ding it, I won't even notice. So there is an enjoyment to having a car that I don't care about, where I'm obsessing and having a lot of anxiety about every little scratch or every little rock chip and things like that. And so my fear is if I get a nice, like a Lexus, that I'm going to avoid driving it. So I would get rid of the van, get rid of the Mustang. But that van comes so handy, so handy. And the advantage with the van is you don't have to lift things up as high. So if you got a big heavy box or a big heavy computer like the big Beast build, putting it into the van is no big deal. Putting it into an SUV, you would have to lift it up a bit higher to get it in there. And the SUV wouldn't take boxes as tall as the minivan can take, but that's really not a problem for me. I don't move things that big very often. So what's important though is I can't get a truck, because then the items are unsecured in the bed of the truck, meaning that anybody could just reach out and steal it. So yeah, pickup truck's not going to work. So I was looking at the Toyota Sienna as far as minivans go, but I think what I would prefer is to have a car with a little bit more ground clearance, because there's always crap in the roads here in Phoenix. And the Mustang sits really low, and it's just a matter of time before there's going to be a giant piece of tire and it's going to break the front spoiler off, or it's going to damage it or crack it. Yeah, I don't know. I've never owned a Lexus. I've never owned a Porsche. Tapio says get the hybrid or even the new NX plug-in. I'm considering that, yeah. Mike says you can get a pickup with a camper shell. Yeah, it's just not ideal, because so the problem with the camper shells, first of all, is you're going to have a height limitation. And second of all, when you're driving the truck, especially if you hit the brakes, things in the camper shell in the bed of the truck will slide forward. So then I get to my customer's location and I've got to get the computer out. That means I've got to open the camper shell and drop the tailgate and get it and crawl inside of it, basically, to reach all the way back there and pull the thing out. And I don't have that problem with the minivan or with an SUV. It won't move around that much. XRod666 contributes $10, says you could get a Cadillac Escalade. That's awfully big. That is awfully big. The Chevy Yukon, the Chevy Suburban, the Cadillac Escalade, even the Porsche Panamera, they're very wide cars. And you may not realize it at first until you try to park one. Cadillac Escalade, you're basically driving around in your own zip code. The zip code, wherever you go, You're like a traveling city. Yeah, that's a bit too big. That's why the NX looks good to me, because it's a smaller SUV. The Mazda, I considered the Mazda, but I don't think it's got the luxury I want. But I could be wrong. Niall Daly says, use a car, a saloon, a sedan, Toyota Camry, a Focus saloon. Why big SUVs to use for normal driving, especially in this day and age? Well, the problem is I'm hauling stuff. So all of the cars, the Ford Fusion, the Toyota Camry, their trunks are not big enough to move some of the equipment I've got to move. Again, if let's say, for example, I've got to mail a computer. So what I have to do to get a computer ready to mail is I got to get the computer back in the box the case came in. And I've got to package it in that same box the case came in. All the styrofoam, plastic, everything. Then that adds to the size of the case, right? Because now the case has got styrofoam around it, it's got a box around it, and now we're moving boxes that are this tall. And it's iffy whether or not that's going to fit in a trunk, and it's iffy whether or not you can get it onto the back seat. Sometimes you can rest it on the passenger seat, lying it flat, but then the door won't close because it's too wide. So I've run into all of these issues. Therefore, an SUV, also to get me up off of the ground, especially here in Phoenix, it doesn't rain often, but when it does, it pours and the streets get flooded. They'll be a foot deep and deeper. That's not uncommon. I don't want to go through a foot deep or deeper in a car like the Mustang that rides so low to the ground. So in Phoenix, most people are driving big trucks and SUVs. And if you're in a little tiny car like a Mazda Miata and you're in an accident, the odds are that you are going to be into an accident with a much larger vehicle, because the vast majority of vehicles in Metro Phoenix are pickup trucks and SUVs. There's more pickup trucks and SUVs than there are sedans or any other form of vehicle. And people are texting while they're driving, they're not paying attention. Some of these cars are so big, they'll just run right over that Miata. So for personal protection, I truly believe an SUV is the safer way to go, because again, between all the crap in the roads, drivers not paying attention, and the number of large vehicles on the road, the likelihood of survivability or less physical injury resulting from an accident, the bigger car is going to be safer in that way. Tapio says the RAV4 Prime is a very good choice. If you get the premium one, it's very close to Lexus's interior quality. Yeah, I might have to take a look at that. I don't really like the looks of the RAV4, but Channel Zero says just move to Wollongong or Sydney and I'll help you set up here. I wish. Do the Yanks have small cars? Yeah, of course we have the Nissan Versa, the Chevy Spark. There's plenty of Fiat 500s running around, Mini Coopers, Mazda Miata, Toyota Supra, Scion SC, Ford Fusion. Yeah, but the vast majority of cars on the road are not those. The vast majority in the Phoenix metropolitan area are trucks and SUVs. I would estimate there's probably 10 SUVs or trucks to every one sedan or sports car. Just on average, looking out at the roads. Cerise says the Acura RDX is comparable to the NX, and that's worth a look as well. Agreed. Yeah, I should look at that. Jason Willis says, yep, comfort gets important when we get older. Well, it's not just comfort. Like, I've got a trip to Michigan coming up here in September. I always go to Michigan in the fall for a couple weeks. That's where I'm from. I like to go home. And I was thinking, what car would I take? The minivan, I don't know that I can trust it. It's pretty old. It's got a lot of miles on it. But it'll certainly take all my luggage just fine. But I just don't know what the likelihood is that it's going to survive going there and back and forth. And the air conditioning doesn't work very well in it. I bought a can of R34 refrigerant, and I'm going to put an extra, I'm going to just top it off and see if that helps. But it's a little bit miserable to drive in the summertime. The Mustang, sure, there's plenty of room in the trunk for luggage. That's no problem. But I'm probably going to get a speeding ticket in that car because it's just so easy to speed and not realize. And the car likes to do 90. It doesn't feel like you're doing 90. It feels like you're doing 70 or 60. And you look down and, oh my gosh, I'm doing 90. I got to back off, bring it back down to 80, right? And even that's speeding, but that's reasonable when the speed limit's, say, 75. So, and again, when you're on a road trip and you're crossing 2,000 miles of road, there's pieces of tire in the road. There's all kinds of weird road debris. And that's a great way to screw up the front of your car by hitting a piece of tire, particularly, that perhaps, you're following somebody that's ahead of you. You see them put on their brakes. You don't understand why. And then all of a sudden, from the back of their car comes a large piece of tire. And now you have seconds to try and figure out what to do. And now you generally try to center the car over the debris and just drive over it, rather than do like a lane change where there might be somebody next to me I could hit. And if you're in a vehicle that's got more road clearance, that's no big deal. I used to drive over stuff all the time in the Blazer because the road clearance was significant. Things just, generally speaking, were never so big to hit the bottom of the car. And I got into such a habit of that when I see stuff in the middle of the road, I tend to center the car so I drive over it. And that doesn't work well in a sedan. It didn't work well in the minivan either. Right? There was that exact scenario happened the other day, and the car in front of me was a huge piece of tire in the center of the lane. And this guy was starting to slow down. I didn't understand why, so I got closer to him. And no sooner than I realized what he was doing, which was he was slowing down and going over this giant piece of tire in the road, I was probably a car length behind him. And this is just like a this is just a surface road, a 40-mile-an-hour surface road. So I was about a car length behind him, and there was no time for me to react. And I just went right over it, and I could hear it hitting the bottom of the van through the, from the front all the way to the back. And I was like, well, it's a front-wheel drive van, so there's nothing for it to really damage past that. But the Mustang has a very nice front air spoiler. And I'm very worried when I park it that I'm going to get too close to the curb and crack that. And I'm also worried that if there is a piece of tire or something like that, I'm going to have to take the hit, and it's going to damage the car. So that happens, again, if you're going to drive 2,000 miles on going one way and then 2,000 back, I'd much prefer to have more ground clearance. I'd much prefer to have lots of room for luggage and things I'm taking, and at the same time have a vehicle I can use for work. So it used to be the Mustang and the Blazer, and the Mustang was, if I had a business meeting, I would take the Mustang, right? Because it looks better. If I had work to do, I took the Blazer for pickups and deliveries. If the dogs needed to go anywhere, the dogs went in the Blazer. The Blazer was filled with dog hair. Like, it just seemingly never ended. So maybe I just need to just get rid of the minivan, get rid of the Mustang, get rid of the old Mustang, put it all into like a Lexus. I just know financially I'm going to take a hit on that, especially when you buy a new car, you're paying the sales tax. So if I'm paying $3,000 or $4,000 of sales tax and then turning around and reselling the car relatively soon, that's not part of the car's value. And that's where leasing makes more money, right? Or makes more sense. Leasing, you're only paying sales tax on the portion of the car you're buying. If you buy a used car from a private party, you don't pay any sales tax. And the more expensive the car is, the more expensive the sales tax is. So you know, that's going to be a couple $1,000s I will lose if I decide to give up the car. So I'm just weighing my options, trying to figure out what I want to do. Madi says you will be happy with that car on the road. Yeah, that's my hope. That's my hope. John Williams says his Dodge Grand Caravan has 250,000 miles. It owes me nothing. I would buy another one. It is my winter beater. Yeah, well, you know, this 2007 Caravan has 155,000 miles on it. I only paid $2,500 for it, and I've had it 2 years now, and it owes me nothing. It's already paid for itself, and I have no doubt I could probably sell it for $2,000. Somebody will want it. It's a good, reliable running van. It's nothing you want to be seen in. It's not pretty, but if I'm going to a shady part of town, I'm taking the van. It'll fit right in. Terry Hughes contributes $5. He says, a Lexus is the 30-year veteran computer tech of vehicles, and the Porsche is the computer hobbyist version. Which one matches my philosophy? Yeah, I don't think you're wrong, but the Porsche is an SUV. You know, it's a V6 SUV, and very similar in a lot of ways to the Lexus I'm describing, except it's this name brand. It's like Gucci. It's like, you know, it's a statement to let the people know you're successful or they think you have money. I would love to have an opportunity to drive one of every manufacturer's car, to have some ownership, you know, have a Hyundai, have a Subaru, have an Audi, have a BMW, have a Mercedes, not all at the same time, right? Have a Porsche, have a Chevy and a Ford and a Cadillac and a Buick and a Jeep and a Dodge and a Mazda, Toyota, a Nissan, Infiniti, Acura, a Lincoln. I won't live long enough to do that, but I am not brand loyal, and I try to remain open-minded and consider the possibilities. The new Mustang Mach-E would be a pretty nice car. I'm a little leery about an electric car at this point. I wouldn't mind having a Tesla, but again, it would have to be like the Model X. It would have to be something that I could use for transporting things back and forth. And when we're talking about that kind of money, I just think I could spend that same money and get something more comfortable. I don't know. I'm having it out in my head, thinking about it every day. The Mustang just isn't what I was hoping it was going to be, and I'm starting to realize that my bread and butter requires the ability to move computers back and forth. And so maybe if I get rid of 3 cars, right, the old Mustang, the new Mustang, and the minivan, and just have one nice one, I lower my insurance costs. It's less maintenance to do, less oil changes, less registration, and just have an all-around car. I don't know, thinking about it. And this all came up because the van died on me the other day. And it turned out that the positive battery terminal was loose. It was no big deal. And then I stopped by Subaru Mike's and we changed out the spark plugs and the O2 sensor. And they were bad. In fact, if I had known how bad the plugs and the O2 sensor were, I would have done this a long time ago because the parts were cheap. The work was super easy. The car is easy to work on. But I was under the impression this car had a major tune-up done to it before I bought it. Not so much. Yeah, those look like they might be the original spark plugs. They were bad. Just these old Champion, you know, plugs that were in there, and that little metal piece, you know, that it sparks against was all worn out, and it was super thin, like the metal just eroded away. So got some good NGK spark plugs in there with new spark plug wires. The old O2 sensor looked like someone smashed it with a hammer. Like, how does that even happen? It just sits right there by the exhaust manifold. I think it is in the exhaust manifold. And super easy to swap it and replace it. but why did it look like it was all smashed? That seems weird to me. Anyway, so I'm thinking, do I want to put more money into this beater or get something kind of nice, but just that I just bought something, I can't really afford to do both. So it means I might have to give up the thing I just bought and eat the cost differential as a lesson learned. But I'm all over the road on this one. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do. I'm just thinking on that trip to Michigan, I think driving a Lexus SUV to Michigan and back would make that a very enjoyable road trip. So I've got till September to make up my mind. Golden Faces contributes $4.99. Says, I finally made it to a stream. I wonder if you offer GPU service. What do you mean GPU service? What is GPU service? Sari says BMWs are great to drive, but the maintenance is pricey. Yeah, BMWs are great cars. I've had a couple of them, but once they're out of warranty, I can't afford them. As long as I've always bought them used, and I've always bought them with the extended warranty. It had like a $50 deductible, and it had some things broke that shouldn't be breaking. Window gears, every motorized window in every BMW I've ever owned has gone out, and they don't go out at the same time. So the driver's window won't roll up or roll down. You take it to the dealer, you pay your $50 deductible. 2 months later, your rear taillight doesn't come on for some reason. Take it to the dealer, $50 deductible. Then the passenger window won't roll down or roll up. I wish if it all happened at once, right? I just take it there and say, fix all this. So, well, the BMWs are great to drive. It's got to be in warranty. You know what I mean? There's Larry LRCX joins us in the chat. Welcome in. Michael Dane joins us. Carlos recommends I lease one before I buy. You know, the problem with leasing, at least the last time I looked into it, is lease insurance was requiring $100,000, $100,000, $300,000 insurance. And so for the money I was saving on the lease, I was spending on the expensive insurance. And I would rather spend more on the car because that's an asset. The insurance is not an asset. So I would, I don't like the idea of leasing because essentially you're going to come in with some money down, you know, maybe $2,000, $3,000 down. You're going to pay a certain amount of money for a certain amount of time. So $400 or $500 a month for 36 months, maybe a little longer. And you're only allowed to drive the car a certain amount of miles. If you exceed that, then you have to let the car sit to catch up. In other words, if I'm going to take this to Michigan and back, right there, I'm putting about 5,000 miles on the car. It's about 2,000 to get there, 2,000 to get back, and then once we're there, driving around, it's about 1,000 miles or so, just driving around while we're there. So for a lease, that would be pretty harsh on the mileage of a lease, combined with the added cost of insurance, and then when it's all said and done, you give them back the car and you get nothing back. You have no equity, it's not your asset, so you're paying all these thousands of dollars to borrow this car only to give it back. Now, if it's a business deduction, that can make perfect sense. But at this point now, I think I'd just rather buy it so I own it, and then I can sell it if I want to sell it, because I'd rather sell it at a bit of a loss than to just give it back and get nothing. So Golden Phases contributes $1.99, wondering if I offer to change thermal pads, paste, and fan replacement on GPUs. No, I don't do that because in most cases, that's a complete waste of time. For the customer, if you were my customer and you inquired to me about that, I would strongly recommend you don't do it. And the reason I recommend that is If you're having a problem with your graphics card and you want to send it in and have me look at it, that's one thing. But if you're not having any problem and what you're looking to do is just clean it up, that's a hobbyist thing. That's something hobbyists do. People that are career computer technicians, they don't do that kind of work, generally speaking. Labor is just too much money. It's much cheaper to replace parts, for the most part, than it is to pay to repair them. So unless you're a hobbyist or an enthusiast and you're doing the work yourself, my recommendation is don't get in there. It's way too much liability for my company to take on. And the customer's going to be pissed off when they see it's going to cost $200, $300 for the labor, because there's several hours of time involved in the dismantling, the cleaning up, the reapplication of the thermal compound. If we're going to replace fans, you know, you could be halfway to the price of a brand new graphics card by the time I'm done, and it may not even solve the problem you thought it was going to solve. So that's something a hobbyist does. That's why you see a lot of it on YouTube. YouTube is primarily made up of hobbyists, at least as far as the tech stuff goes. There's a few of us that are actual working computer technicians that share our experience on YouTube, but there's not very many of us. And it does bother me that you guys sitting at home don't really know the difference, because these hobbyists and enthusiasts, they don't have any proper disclaimers saying, look, what you're about to see is a hobbyist enthusiast activity because we like this. It doesn't make financial sense. It involves a lot of risk, and it likely won't make any difference to reliability or performance when it's done. And if it does, it's going to be very, very minor. In other words, if your system's running at a certain temperature now, and you change out, let's say, the fan and the thermal compound of any component, your CPU, whatever, it might run a couple degrees Celsius cooler, but it won't make any difference. In most cases, it's just something. Your average home user doesn't think about thermal compound or fans. They think about playing the game they're playing, or, you know, checking their email, right? It's just like your average car owner has no idea how internal combustion engines function. They know it's got pistons. They've heard of these things called valves and cams. They don't really know what that stuff is. Most drivers have no idea. And you'll see some people will do ridiculous things to their cars because they're car enthusiasts, they're gearheads, and they'll do really bizarre things that cost a lot of money that no one in their right mind would spend money on, like putting hydraulics so you can make your car bounce up and down. There's not a fleet mechanic in the world that works on those hydraulic bounce systems. When you're a fleet mechanic, you're going to be repairing police cars and ambulances and fire trucks. You're going to repair whatever the fleet of vehicles is that the company has. If you're a fleet mechanic at the post office, you're going to be working on those little postal jeeps, right, and the postal delivery vans. You're not going to be installing any hydraulic lift systems to make the car bounce up and down. It's way too expensive. It's way too time consuming. And if the company caught you doing it to one of their vehicles, they'd fire you. The same applies in IT. You know, if you're doing, when you're working in IT, the goal is to try and help as many people as you can. And your bosses are looking probably daily, or at least monthly, at how many service tickets you are closing on average for the month, or on average for each day. And they're going to compare that with all of your coworkers. And if you're somebody that's doing unnecessary work that the company didn't ask you to do, but you're doing it because you feel like it's the right thing to do, then you're going to be likely much slower than everybody else. And when it comes time for a raise, you're not going to get one. And in fact, you might just get scolded because you're spending too much time on each computer. You need to spend less time. Get in and get out quickly. Don't do any unnecessary work. And if you do that, you will likely do well at the company. I'm sure that they will be more likely to promote you, give you a raise. You can move up in the company. So I realize very few people running a company are watching my videos. My videos are primarily watched by home enthusiasts. And there's nothing wrong with it. The whole point of my channel is to tell these home enthusiasts that there's a way we do things in business that makes financial sense, it's practical, and the results are usually pretty quick. It's not too often we get involved in some 3-week-long project in corporate America. Projects are usually, tickets are opened and closed on average, I'd say within 48 to 72 hours, with the goal being having those tickets closed within 24 hours. That's your main goal, right? So if you're providing IT services to Intel, let's say Intel contracts out their IT services and you have an IT company, you're going to sign a contract with Intel that for a certain window of time, from this date to this date, you're going to provide them with the listed services regarding desktop support or IT, and you're going to charge this much money, and you're going to have what they call a service level agreement, or an SLA, that you will address any open ticket within 4 hours. And Intel's going to be pulling the end results of how many tickets were opened, how many were closed, what it's costing them versus if they went to somebody else, one of your competitors, or if they just brought it in-house. And so long as you remain profitable for them and you're able to have the turnaround time they're looking for and meet the service level agreements, well, then in theory, they should continue to renew the contract. But this is not the way hobbyists and enthusiasts think. So I'm hoping that I can introduce you to these concepts so you have a better understanding of why certain decisions are made, and why I'm so, I really discourage any RGB, liquid cooling, overclocking. That's all just a complete waste of money. In the corporate America, they just won't stand for it. And furthermore, if you care about your PC's performance, you absolutely don't want any RGB on that computer. The RGB software takes resources, and the RGB software needs to be updated from time to time, because failure to do so will often result in a system crash just because you wanted pretty lights. So if you're all about performance, ditch the RGB. You're paying a price for it, not just financially, not just in the time to configure it, but also with your available resources. So if it's more important to you to have those pretty lights than to have the extra horsepower, that's fine. Just understand you're making that sacrifice. And you might say, well, it's not much. Okay, but the people that say that are often the same people who want to replace their thermal compound, even though the difference it makes is going to be not much, right? Those, oh, I can take the fans off and I can replace the thermal compound, and now it's going to run 3 degrees Celsius cooler. So what? But at the same time, that same person will say, so what if it uses a little bit of my resources to have my RGB? And so what if my RGB causes my computer to crash sometimes, the RGB software? So what? Right? So we have a funny way of justifying the things that we want to justify. In business, it's just all about making the customer happy. And generally the way you make the customer happy is you charge them a reasonable rate. You do the work relatively quickly. You don't nickel and dime them with a bunch of add-ons. You do what you say you're going to do within the time period you said it was going to take for the amount of money you estimated it should cost. And if you do exactly what you said to the customer you were going to do, charging what you said you were going to charge, you'll have a happy customer every time. When your customer gets upset, it's because you dropped the ball. Let me get a cold Gatorade here and we'll continue our discussion. I love the business. I love doing a job that I enjoy doing. And I enjoy doing a job that makes a difference in the world. When somebody can't get online and they can't communicate with friends and family, they can't pay their bills, I ship them a off-lease computer, you know, like for the veterans. And makes all the difference in the world. You know, their life is massively improved. For people that want to do the RGB, the liquid cooling, the overclocking, this is all indulgence. And it's because it's indulgence, it's a hobbyist activity, strictly speaking. You can find a job doing that kind of work, but they're very few and far between. John Williams wants to know if I replace the CPU on my desktop, will the Windows 10 activation still be good, or will I have to buy a new license? John, you're going to have to just try it and let us know. It just really depends on the number of factors that, you know, if you recently changed other things. I will say, as a computer technician, upgrading a CPU is a very rare job. And most times when people upgrade the CPU, they're upgrading to a newer model that requires a different kind of RAM or a different kind of motherboard. So if you happen to have, say, an i3 or an i5 and you want to bump that up to an i7, I'd say there's a good chance your Windows won't care. It'll stay activated, but I wouldn't guarantee it. The good news is you can buy cheap Windows keys with VIP CDK deals, just 30% off using the coupon code CARRY, and all the links for Windows 10, Windows 11, Office 2016, Office 2019, Office 2021, all the discounts, they're all right below this video in the video notes, and it's a great way to show your support for the channel. The product keys are guaranteed to work. They have excellent customer service. If you have any problems, reach out to their customer service and they will help you. If they don't help you, then reach out to me personally and I'll take care of it. I've only had about 3 people that have had to reach out. Well, there might be about 6 people, but 3 of them, at least 3 of them caused their own problem. They ordered the wrong product or they're installing it incorrectly. But regardless of that, you know, once we get that sorted out, we get you taken care of and you're fine. You have about 30 days, just like any other purchase. So if you buy a product key and you wait more than 30 days to use it and you end up having a problem, don't expect to get any support. No differently than if you bought something at Best Buy and you have a problem with it. Like, let's say you bought a big screen TV from Best Buy and you bring it home, but you don't have time to unbox it. 45 days later, you unbox it and you see the screen is cracked. So you take it back to Best Buy. You know what Best Buy is going to tell you? You're beyond your return period. You waited too long. This looks suspicious. This looks like you've had the TV for 45 days. You did something to it, and now you want us to eat the expense of what you did to it. And you're going to say, I didn't do anything to it. See, everybody's trying to scam the other person, or everybody's afraid of being scammed. Best Buy doesn't want to get scammed by the customer. Customer doesn't want to get scammed by Best Buy. So if you're going to buy these product keys, or you're going to buy any product at all, be sure that you have an opportunity to take it out of the box and use it within the first 30 days so that you can get any customer service or return and not have to fight for it. Because if you wait more than 30 days and then realize you have a problem, it just looks really suspicious. So just keep that in mind. $20 just comes in from John Rice. John says, we're told to back up our hard drive. How do you get it in reverse? It always amuses me that we come up with these terminologies for technology when we have everyday plain English words that would have sufficed. So backing up a hard drive is simply making a copy or a duplicate of your data. That's all it is. So, you know, why they call it backing it up, I have no idea. I don't know why we have to use other words. It just stands to intimidate people with terminology. It's sort of like when you go see a doctor and they start speaking all these Latin medical terms at you. Like, I have no idea, doc, what you just said. Did you think you were talking to another educated doctor? I'm a patient. I need you to explain this in English. And I can't help but wonder if they do that on purpose to sort of show off what they know, or if it's a way to keep people from doing their own home medical work, because if you have all these terminologies that have to be learned, it's discouraging to learn it. So you're not likely going to become a doctor on the side. That's my part. I work as a doctor part-time after hours. Like somebody doing computer work maybe starts out doing the computer work part-time after their regular job. So maybe they use a lot of these Latin terminologies in medical in order to make it much more difficult to learn outside of a proper educational environment, such as college. I don't know. It's been something I've complained about for years, that we use words in the computer industry that we already had words for. You have a paging file, a swap file, and virtual memory. They're all basically the same thing. Why do we need 3 different terms to describe one thing? None of which really explains what it is to the average computer owner. They hear it, but they can't really correlate what that translates to in English. Jeff Ryman says, I've used both Windows and Office keys from CDK deals after the 30 days with no issues. Yeah, but that's not what I said. First of all, I appreciate the update, but what I said was, and I'll say it a little slower, if, you hear the word if you wait more than 30 days to use the product key, and you have a problem, see, these are called qualifiers. If you wait more than 30 days after you buy one of these product keys, and you have a problem activating it, it's going to be very difficult to get any customer service because that activity looks suspicious. What I did not say was that a product key would not work after 30 days. I never said that. In all likelihood, the product key is going to work just fine. But if it doesn't, and it's been more than 30 days, then that guarantee that I tell you about, that's expired. That's not to say that they definitely won't help you, but expect an uphill battle. If you don't have any problems and you're activating a key after 30 days, then why even have this discussion? So, Will T wants to know what my new choice for remote support software is. Right now, well, ever since TeamViewer basically tried to steal from me and then threatened me with collections, I switched over to Instant House Call. Now, Instant House Call has a new version in beta right now. My only issue with Instant House Call is it's a bit slower with the response times. TeamViewer was much faster. So I don't use it very often nowadays, but it's super easy for a client that doesn't have Instant House Call installed. They can go to my Instant House Call page and download the application, and it automatically assigns them to my account. It's not this TeamViewer nonsense where I've got to have them read me a key code and a password, and I've got to direct them on how to download and install the TeamViewer software. Instant House Call is a lot easier to get somebody who's never had remote access before and who needs it now. It's easy to walk them through getting them installed, and as soon as they install it, it triggers my account alert to let me know that, in other words, there's none of these codes to enter, because the link I point them to comes from my sub page on Instant House Call. It automatically assumes anybody who downloads that is doing so so I can connect to them. So it's already associated to my account. It's really useful. And I'm hopeful the beta is going to address some of the speed issues. But also Acronis has a new remote support software, which I haven't even so much as tried yet, but I definitely want to take a look at it. But I'll never ever use TeamViewer again. I think they're one of the worst remote support companies. I think they lead the way when it comes to greed, and it comes to, well, certainly violating Federal Trade Commission laws here in the US with these clandestine, evergreen auto renewal contracts that are very, very hard to cancel. Boy, they're trying to cancel your TeamViewer service. Have any of you ever tried to cancel TeamViewer? Just out of curiosity. Marco says, I told you about my experience with LogMeIn. I don't remember what it was, but LogMeIn is very expensive. TeamViewer is also very expensive. Sari says, I got my Windows 10 license code from CDK Deals, and they originally sent me a key that did not work, but I contacted them and they had a new one to me within 10 to 15 minutes. So that's what I'm saying. Sometimes these things happen. That's not normal, but do know that you don't have to panic. You don't have to worry. Just reach out to them, let them know you're having a problem. Give them an opportunity to make it right. And if they fail to make it right, then contact me personally and I'll make sure that it's taken care of. Frankie McAvoy says, Carrie, when I start my computer, it won't go to the desktop without asking me to press F1. What's causing this message to appear every time? Well, you'd have to tell me what it says. You're giving me a sort of a gist of it, right? But I need to know word for word, verbatim, what does the screen say in its entirety? Because when it says press F1 to continue, that's the last thing it says. There's got to be something above that, and I need that information to be able to help you. BH Ringer says he's been using Microsoft's Quick Assist for remote. I've never even heard of that. Marco's saying LogMeIn is charging from $299 a year to $3,800 a year. Yeah, TeamViewer was about $650 for me to have one license. And what that means is I could install that one license on up to 3 computers. So it would be my office computer, my smartphone, and my laptop. And that's it. And then from any of those 3 that I installed TeamViewer on, I can connect to any number of computers. That's not limited. In fact, I can connect to 3 or 4 different computers at the same time. So TeamViewer is charging you on the licensing side of it is where you're initiating the remote call. You're the technician doing the work. And that was $650 for 1 year. And I thought it was way too much money. I think anything more than $1 a day is a ripoff. If I was in another line of work where the remote software was more critical or it was being used more often, maybe paying that kind of money would make sense. But I very rarely need the remote access software. I probably use it twice a week, and when I use it, it's for about 10 to 15 minutes. So in the course of a month, I might be connected remotely for a total of an hour a month. You know, if TeamViewer would bill me based on how much time I'm using, that would be much more, it would make more sense, right, to bill me for what I'm actually using. But it's sort of an all-you-can-eat plan, and if you're not eating much, then paying for all you can eat is not a deal for you. Marco said he's using Zoho for remote access. So my remote access needs are a little bit different. In most cases, what I need to do is log in to one of my client's computers at an office after hours. So for example, one of my clients, I do a remote backup for them. And the way that this works is they bring in, they have a little portable laptop hard drive that plugs into the USB port, and they plug that into their computer on Tuesdays, and they leave it there. At the end of the day, they go home. At some point in the evening, when the office is closed, I log into their computer using Instant House Call, and that grants me what's called unattended access, and it's all secure. And I'm able then to create a file synchronization to go from the network attached storage drive over to the backup drive. It looks for any file changes, deletions, additions, new folders, deleted folders, and it synchronizes that laptop USB external drive to match exactly what's on the network attached storage. Things were deleted off the NAS, then they're deleted on the backup. If things were added to the NAS, they're added to the backup. If files were updated on the NAS, then those same files are updated. And by doing this, it's a much faster backup process, because I'll start a program like, what's it called? It used to be called Super Flexible File Synchronizer. I think it's called Syncovery now. And basically, I have it compare all the files on the backup drive to all the files on the NAS, and for the backup drive to mimic whatever the NAS has. So the NAS is the master, and the goal is to have the backup drive contain all of the files updated, deleted, added, all of the new files, all the new folders, put on to the USB drive so that it matches every file in every folder on the NAS. And then the customer on Wednesday morning, I'll send the customer an email that says, your updates have been completed. Because sometimes I'm not able to complete the updates. I'll say, hey, I don't see a backup drive. I logged in earlier tonight and there was no backup drive. And they'll say, oh yeah, I forgot to bring it in, or I didn't plug it in all the way. They say, okay, leave it plugged in tonight and I'll do it tonight instead. And they've got about 4 of these backup drives. And what they do is they take it home. After I sent them the email that the backup's been updated, the next workday they take that drive home. So if the office is burglarized or catches fire, if anything happens like that, if one of the employees clicks on a link of ransomware that encrypts everything, they've got the backup safe at home, and it's no more than 1 week old. So they won't lose more than a week's data as a worst case scenario. We could do it more often, but it's going to cost more money. And at some point, each business owner has to decide how often they want the backups done, what the cost of recreating the data is going to be, and what the cost of the backups are going to be, depending on how much data we're backing up. These clients on average have around 500,000 to 750,000 files, and it just gets bigger. Backups never get smaller, backups only get bigger. So there's a lot of data that can potentially get lost. If they were to delete something and realize it 2 weeks later, we can go to an older backup. That's why they've got 4 drives. But if they deleted something and they don't realize it for over a month, then it's likely going to be gone forever, unless it's still sitting in the recycle bin on the NAS, which I have set to empty itself every 30 days. So if they want to do more backups, then the likelihood of losing the files is lower, but the cost of buying the backup drives and the cost of paying me to do it more often adds up. They could automate the backups. The problem with automation is it may not be updating properly. It may not be backing up the right directories. It may have errors, and you won't know that. It's sort of out of sight, out of mind. And then when you go to need the backup, that's when you find out your backup doesn't work. Or a particular directory that you added wasn't initially included in the backup job, and now the backup job, because it's been set on auto, is missing an entire folder that you created. So there's all these things that I don't trust automation. It needs something this important needs to be audited. It's not enough even to look at log files. I need to see it, because if I notice, for example, the synchronization software says, you're deleting an entire directory here. Are you sure you want to do that? It's pretty uncommon. It brings it to my attention right away. And then I can postpone the backup until I talk to the customer and find out, did you intend to delete this giant directory? And then once I have that answer, I'll go ahead and move forward with the backup the next day. So that is one of the reasons I use Instant House Call or any remote software, is to just log into a machine that's left on. I'll use it to log into the Studio A office computer when I need files and such that are on that computer only. So once in a while, a customer will call me and they need me to look at something on their computer, and Instant House Call is super easy for them to get hooked up with. And my only complaint is it's a little slow. All right, does anybody else have any other questions for me? I'm looking to see if there was any more discussion specifically from Frankie McAvoy regarding his F1. I never saw a response from him. Just want to make sure that I'm not missing it. Yeah, he asked the question and then he hasn't posted a message since then. It's just not there. Kevin wants to know, do any of your business clients use Acronis for image backups? We don't back up the workstations, Kevin. Some of my clients have 15, 20 workstations. And so if we were to back up each workstation, and they're about, say, 30 gigs each, where would we put those files? The idea when you're in a business is that all computers are equal, they're all configured the same, so if there's an emergency and a computer breaks, because I'm not full-time staff, I can't just stop what I'm doing and get over there. They can literally go sit at any other desk at the office, and the computers all have the same software, they're all configured the same, so they can just, ride out the rest of the day sitting at another desk, or they can grab a computer from another desk and bring it to their desk. So if they had, let's say a hard drive failed, they could just grab another computer, get back to work, let me know they're having a problem with their computer. Then I will stop by their office late at night. I've got keys in the alarm code to let myself in. I will pick the computer up, bring it back to my office, or bring it back here. If it's something that they will allow me to film, I'll show you the repair, the diagnostic and the repair. And if it's a bad hard drive, I just replace the drive, I reinstall Windows again, I put Microsoft Office and what other applications they need. When I redeliver it, I'll assign it the network attached storage drive. I'll map a drive letter to that, attach whatever printers they need attached to it. That's pretty much it. So there's no reason we ever need to back up the workstations. All the important stuff is on the server. Now, if the server were to die, well, I have a backup server. So what I can do in, let's say, for example, a customer calls me right now, server died. I can remote into one of their computers. I can shut down that server, and I can change the name of the backup server to match the name of the server we just shut down. And it'll already be mapped, and it'll already just connect, and everybody in the office will be back up and running. Then I can come in later in the evening, and I can diagnose and repair the network attached storage drive. So we have a contingency in place where business always stays up. I'm very proud of the fact that no client of mine has ever had a down day because of a computer that has failed or a server that has failed. If their internet goes down, well, there's not much I can do about that. That's not on me. That's on the cable provider, the internet provider. But no customer of mine has ever lost data, and no customer of mine has ever had a down day where they weren't able to work, unless it was an internet outage that there was nothing I could do to help them. I'm very proud of that, and there's a reason why I have these processes in order to maintain and sustain a business over years. And there's been a number of occasions where we've had to restore from backups. Sometimes it's just one file, and it's not a big deal, you know. Because we have these processes in place, we can pretty much recover from any scenario with very minimal loss, if any loss at all. John Williams saying he's upgraded from a Ryzen 5 1600 to a Ryzen 5 5600G. Yeah, and well, certainly that's more plausible with AMD's line of CPUs. It's still not something people do very often. Like I said, in most cases, when people are upgrading their CPU, they're upgrading the motherboard, the RAM, the storage, usually. Well, let's see what this laptop looks like. We've been having a long introduction here. We've got about 472 people watching live right now. Let's hit the power button here and see what this thing does. See, it's glowing red, and the lights turn off, and they stay off at that point. I think this has an HDMI out. It does. In the back, it's got an Ethernet port and an HDMI. So let's plug this into HDMI, and I can share the screen with you, and we can take a look at what the specs are on this machine and what we need to upgrade. I am running on the battery right now, and because this is a high-end gaming laptop, I'm sure the battery life on it is not stellar. But I am curious which graphics card he's got, and specifically which CPU he has, and we can find that out now if I switch over to my HDMI input. There it is. And let me go full screen on here. And you know what? Let me grab a mouse so I can move the cursor around a little easier than with the touchpad. Bear with me for just a second. Okay, sorry about that, guys. There was somebody at the door, so I thought I'd just take care of that. All right. Let me grab a mouse, which is what I set out to do and didn't get done. Let's see, I'll just steal this mouse from here. This will be fine. This will be just fine, and we can take a look at the specs on this Asus laptop we've got here. £5 comes in from Colin Hunt. He says, good evening, everybody. Thank you, Colin. Thanks for the contribution. All right, let me make my screen full screen here so I can see it better. All right, so I just grabbed this Logitech mouse, and apparently there's some software installed on this laptop. We'll go ahead and update that. And let's take a look at the system specifications of what we can see through Windows. So this is a Core i7-9750H CPU, 32 gigs of RAM, Windows 10 Pro, 21H2, all that looks good. Restart the computer to continue. Let's go ahead and restart it and see how long this thing takes to reboot. It's a pretty fast machine. I'm also curious which RTX graphics card he's got installed in here. So when we reboot, I'll grab CPU-Z, we'll throw that on here and look at some of the specs that way. And then we'll also bring up disk info, and that'll tell us a bit about the internal storage. I think this has a 2.5-inch and an NVMe drive in it. I think that's what Madi told me. And now it says no signal because the laptop is rebooting and the video driver for the HDMI port won't load until Windows loads. So you won't get to see the Windows loading screen, but it should be relatively quick. There it is. Pretty unusual to have to restart from a mouse driver update. Usually those don't require a restart. But it gives us an opportunity to see what the boot time is. And let me grab my utilities flash drive. We'll plug that in. Okay, so I want CPU Z. I want Crystal Disk Info. I want Crystal Disk Mark. I always use the portable version of these, and you can Google them if you want to download them yourself. I cannot distribute these, that would be illegal, but you can download them yourself. They're all free, and I highly recommend downloading the portable version of the software so you don't have to install anything. All right, I think that's all I need. We'll grab Uncle Carrie's optimization tool. Let's put that on there too, because we're going to do a tune-up on this as well. I like to copy everything over from the flash drive rather than run it from the flash drive. And I can't read the white text on this background, so I'm going to change to personalize this. There should be a way of selecting a different font color. We could just change the theme. Background colors, oh, themes. Let's go to themes. And let's just do the basic Windows. Yeah. Now I should be able to see the screen better. And I can, very good. Okay, so CPU Z, this is version 2.01. And let's see what we got in here. Okay, we already knew this for our processor. It might have a BIOS update. It says it was updated January 29th of 2021, so that was a long time ago. It looks like it might have 2 empty slots of memory, or most laptops only have 2 slots, but this is a large laptop. Maybe it's got 4 slots. Graphics, we're running Intel HD graphics built into the chip, and there's an RTX 2070 in here as well. And it'll automatically switch between them as needed. So let me close out this screen and let's bring up Crystal Disk Info and see what built-in storage we have here just to confirm. So I'll run Disk Info 64-bit edition. Again, it's portable, so there's no software to install. And in just a minute, we should see that appear on the screen here. It does take a minute while it processes. So we've got an Intel 2 terabyte NVMe drive. That's not terrible. For a D drive, it shows a Seagate 2 terabyte SATA mechanical drive, and I'm guessing E is my flash drive. Yeah, that's my utilities flash drive right there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my utilities flash drive out of there, and we're going to run Crystal Disk Mark, and we're going to get a performance measure of the 2 internal drives. So we're going to start with the C drive, and we'll do all the tests. And while the tests are running, this takes a couple minutes. If you have any questions for me, I'll be happy to address them here in the chat. Hector Avilas contributes $4.99. Thank you, Hector, for supporting the channel. Yeah, that read speed on that Intel drive is pretty low. On the Samsung, we should see speeds of about 3,500. The Intel drive is a good budget drive, but it's definitely not the fastest option. Luke Greenia says he's popped in to say hello. Hey, Luke, welcome in. Good to see you. B. Russell sends an email and he says, I upgraded my CPU cooler and RAM. I installed 4 8GB RAM sticks. The cooler I upgraded from was a Noctua NHL9i and went to a Noctua NHU12A. So if you can use any of the following or giveaway, I'll send them to you. He's got some Corsair Vengeance RAM, 2 sticks, 8 gigs each, and the Noctua NHL9i, and that's from Bennett Russell. Yeah, I'll send you an email, Bennett, if you want to send those over. I'll use them in something. Janet had emailed me and was asking about Windows 11. I asked, what is it? Why do you want Windows 11? And they said, because it's more stable, it's faster, and I'm tired of Windows 10. I've got 2 computers that I purchased with Windows 11, and I love it. It's much better than Windows 10 in my opinion. That's why I want Windows 11, want to upgrade some of my Windows 10 to Windows 11. Do any of you in the chat room feel the same way? Do you think that Windows 11 is faster and more stable than Windows 10? It's not typically what I hear from people. Bob R. sent a $25 Etsy gift card. That's new. I didn't even know Etsy had gift cards. You know I have Etsy, Letsy. Bob R. says, buy yourself something. Thanks for all you do. Oh, I love me some Etsy. But that's personal stuff. I don't usually get stuff for the channel off Etsy, but that's a dangerous place for me to go. And Don Dry sends an Amazon gift card for $10. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, Don and Bob R. for the gift card. Just catching up with the emails while we're waiting for this test results to finish here. So there's a few people on board with Windows 11. People are starting to warm up to it, but in general, about 99 people out of 100 prefer Windows 10 over Windows 11 currently. But as we approach the end of Windows 10 in October of 2025, I hope that Windows 11 will in fact be improved from where it is today to justify the installation of it. I'll probably go ahead and make a video here soon on how to download and build a Windows 11 boot media And then, of course, where you can get the product key. I'll demonstrate that with CDK deals and put that together as one video. These are the final results on the performance numbers on our Intel drive. It's pretty unusual to have a read speed that's slower than a write speed. I'm not sure that that's configured properly. The Intel drive should be doing a bit over 2,000 on the read, so I'm not sure what's going on there. But if I go now to the internal mechanical drive, which apparently is empty, saying 0%. Let me see that. Let's go here, take a look. Oh, that's a completely empty data drive. Madi's not even using it. But just for grins and giggles, let's go ahead and run the performance test on this mechanical drive. You'll certainly going to see a massive difference. You know, this will be probably around 200 or 180 megabytes per second on the read versus the 1500 you just saw, or the 3500 you're going to see when we put the Samsung in there. Yep, 136. That's how much slower a mechanical drive is. It's more than 10 times slower, and when we put the Samsung in, it'll be about 30 times slower. That's pretty massive difference. Let me look back through the chat, see if you guys have any questions for me, as once again we have to wait for this test to finish. John Lewis says, I'm 79 years old and I just updated my nephew's laptop from a hard drive to a solid state drive and went from 4 gigs to 8 gigs of RAM. My status in the family has gone from a 10 to a 10 plus. He says, Acronis and your videos gave me the knowledge and ability to do it. Right on, John. Well, I'm glad that that you find them helpful and that they were easy to understand, and that you had a successful upgrade there. Jim S. says, is the solid state drive a 2.5 inch or NVMe? The drive that's in the laptop now, the laptop has a 2.5 inch mechanical drive and an Intel NVMe drive. And what Madi wants me to do is change the mechanical 2.5 inch drive to a solid state drive, and take the slower Intel NVMe drive and replace it with the faster Samsung NVMe drive. So that's the goal for today's video. You guys have other questions? This is the time to ask them as we're waiting for this test to finish. And then when we replace the drives, we can run the test again and you'll see the difference it makes. Trevor says the speed for the C drive is not good. I have an older gamer laptop and the speed is faster than that. About 3000 C squared. Yeah, you won't get 3000 read speeds on a mechanical drive. It's not possible unless you're running some kind of caching, which then of course is pulling from the cache instead of from the drive itself. Mechanical drives are physically limited to how much data they can put out. About maximum is about 200 megabytes a second. So if you're seeing anything over 200, then you either have a cache or you're running a solid state drive. And he's referring to the C drive, which in this case is the Intel NVMe. And the Intel NVMe drive, if you look in my videos, my video library, you'll see I've run performance tests on these Intel drives. I've used a lot of them, and they generally fall right around the 2000 spot. So his is running a little slower than that, and I don't know why, but I'm also not worried about it because it's getting pulled anyway. But we'll see if the Samsung is underperforming as well. There could be a setting in the BIOS. It could be, for example, in ×2 mode instead of ×4 mode. But we have to go in the BIOS to check that. Brian Woodley asks, is there any benefit to having a larger C drive and using for storage as well as the OS against a smaller C drive and a large D storage drive? It depends who you ask, Brian. Back in the day, it made sense to do that because of the file system and the cluster sizes, and the frequency to reinstall Windows and having to erase the drive to do that. These days, and for about the last 20 years, I've highly recommended people just get one large C drive and be done with it. As long as you've got backups, it doesn't matter anyway. Curious, Sheba wants to know if I've considered dual WAN scenarios for your clients in order to have uninterrupted internet service. My clients don't want to pay for that. It's when I have a consultation with a client, we discuss the pros and cons of everything from battery backups to data backups, secondary failover internet providers. And I've never once had a client that was willing to pay for that. Mark Linicio says, or asks, do you have any advice on how to get rid of the mechanical drives without throwing them into a landfill? I have 12 to throw out. If you go to Google and type in recycle hard drives near me, there's probably a recycling center that will take your e-waste. And there's for example, in Arizona, and this is all very regional, so you'll have to see what's around your area. But in Arizona, we have a website and a service called azstrut.org. That's Arizona Students Recycling Used Technology, azstrut.org. And they will take old printers, old computers, old hard drives. They'll even run a drill press right through your hard drive while you're waiting if you want it destroyed. Or they can pull the hard drive and give it to you so you can smash it with a hammer yourself or reuse it in an external enclosure. That's up to you. But generally, that's pretty common for places that accept e-waste to offer that service. Zdravko Frankovic contributes 100 HRK. I know I'm being tested with this HRK. I always forget what it stands for. 100 HRK to US dollars. Those are Croatian kunas. So that's about $14.26 for 100 Croatian kunas. Well, thank you for the contribution, as always, and that's from Zdravko. All right, so our test is finally finished here, and you can see those mechanical drive read speeds are pathetic, but that's why mechanical drives are inexpensive compared to solid-state drives, especially when you're looking at comparing, let's say, an 8 terabyte hard drive to an 8 terabyte NVMe drive. An 8 terabyte hard drive is probably $150. An 8 terabyte NVMe drive is around $1,200 US dollars. Okay, so we are looking at we're getting ready to do the upgrade. I'm going to go ahead and run Uncle Kerry's optimizer on this just to do it. This will only take a second to run. It automatically selects the boxes that are making recommendations for this particular system, and then we reboot for those changes to take effect. I'm also noticing the battery is looking pretty low there, so I will I'm going to go ahead and get the power cable and plug it in and let that battery charge up. I don't really like the design of this power cable because it's the barrel connector here, and the plug is all the way in the back, right back here. And the problem is the cable can get caught right there, if you can see that. If you go to close the lid and it pinches the cable, if you force it down, it's going to crack the plastic. So I don't know what Asus was thinking when they did that, but it's something you got to watch for. And I don't know what this is. There's this weird piece that's on the side of the laptop. I have no idea what that's for. Okay, so my next concern is to look to see if we have any BIOS updates. So let me spin this around this way. And let me come over here. And on Asus, they do it a little bit differently. Dell and HP make it real easy. You just look for Dell update or Asus update, their applications in your start menu, and you just follow those. Asus has made it a little more complicated. So let's go back to the laptop screen. And I've got to make it bigger on my side so I can see it. Here we go. Let's see if we have any Asus utility. So there's the Asus folder. Macro keys. Okay, they have the Armory crate. So that's where we would get our updates. We go to the Armory crate. And, oh boy, we have all kinds of information in here. This is probably where the RGB is controlled. Keyboard and mouse. Yeah, there's your Aura sync for your RGB. Sync effects, Aura effects. Where are the updates? Game library. Profiles. Featured. News. I don't see any updates. What about settings? Interesting. Update center up here. Okay. There's a new version of the Armory Crate app. We'll grab that. Since that's what we're using to get our updates, that's the first thing we want to make sure is updated so that it's accurate in telling us what other updates we're going to need. So while I'm waiting for that, again, we'll go back over to the chat, see if I've missed any other questions. If you have any technical questions for me, please go ahead and put them in the chat room. I'll do my best to provide answers if I see your question. Is this finished? No, still working. Plumber Guy says Best Buy has recycling and you get a coupon. Jim KJ3N says the state of Delaware has several locations where they take electronic recycling, and all the old hard disk drives that I had were wiped and sent there. Yeah, it's very regional. So if you're watching around the world, obviously you'll have differences in different laws and such that apply in different places around the world in different regions. Okay, how's this doing? We'll launch the Armory Crate. And let's see, it was under Settings, Update Center. Oh, we can update the wallpaper. How exciting. What else do we have? Anything about a BIOS? That's the Aura kit. That update came out on the 19th of May. That's only about 2 weeks ago. And then once that finishes installing, I'll try to find where a BIOS information is. Tiger Ray asks, are either system files or app files copied or transferred from the hard drive when loaded into RAM memory? I don't understand your question. What is it that you want? What is the benefit of this information? What is it that you're trying to ascertain? Just looking through the chat to see if there's other questions that I can answer for you guys. All right, do we have any more updates? I don't see anything about the BIOS. It's got an Aura kit, Asus framework, and the software developer kit. I would have assumed it would have been here. We can look back at the start menu to see if there's something else in here that might. Yeah, my Asus. That should give us the updates. Check. Update. Check. Refresh rate. Firmware update tool. So these are the update history. Let's go to the latest. This is what we want. BIOS installer for Windows. BIOS for Easy Flash. So we're only going to use one of these four. There's 4 different ways. What's interesting is these are shaded out. These download options are gone. So BIOS for Easy Flash is 308. What about 309? Intel Security Update. Why is 309 not available to us? See, the little download button is grayed out. It doesn't tell us why. And it looks like these are all updated drivers, so we can grab these. We'll put them in the... You know what? I'll just put it on the desktop. Put that one on the desktop. And we'll put that one on the desktop. Put that one on the desktop. Put that one on the desktop. Wow, there's a lot of updates. This would be all part of the tune-up process. If a customer were to bring a machine in, say they just want to upgrade their solid-state storage, if we want to make sure the customer has the best experience possible, we're going to take care of a lot of things the customer doesn't know to take care of. See, that one, that's not available. Bring that one up. There's 2 different Realtek audio drivers here. I don't know why. This one is newer, but it's also half the size. Intel graphics driver. And the NVIDIA graphics. So it looks like they're keeping the last 2 versions available for some reason. This is 2620, this is 2621. So these on the bottom, well, this one anyway on the bottom, look at the size difference, 200 megs versus 700. Not quite sure what's going on with that. I guess we'll grab it just to be sure. This is 2520 100.6617, and that's 6911. This one's newer. Not quite sure why it's offering all of them. And there's a lot of new drivers. firmware update tool version 224, version 223. Wow, so many. That one's newer. I think we've already installed that. Yeah, so I think Asus really has a ways to go to fix this because it's very, very confusing for the average user. Which is why the average user that owns this laptop didn't do this. It's clearly never been done. So now the question is the BIOS. So it's showing me version 309 here and here are both not available. It's only giving me BIOS for the Easy Flash utility. Interesting. Which is 308. I wonder why. Let's grab 308 since it's the only one we can grab. And we'll go ahead and just give this a couple minutes here to download all those files. Kind of curious about this keyboard update tool. Apparently you've got to pair this. This app updates your keyboard's firmware if necessary. Okay. So we'll let that update. We'll at the same time, we're still downloading those files in the background. But this update certainly seems to be taking its time. Anytime you do a BIOS update, you've got to be patient. Or any type of a firmware. It could be a firmware for a DVD drive, firmware for a keyboard, as in this case. And so it's going to take what it's going to take, and we just want to leave it alone until it's done. So while we're waiting, we can go back over to the chat and see if I've missed any other questions, and I can answer for you while we're waiting for that to complete. So Dravco is asking if I think it's better to build a computer now or wait for Windows 10 to become obsolete. That's just an individual decision for you to make. Windows 10 isn't going to be obsolete for over 3 years. So if you want to wait 3 more years before you build a machine, I mean, you can build a Windows 11 compatible machine right now and put Windows 10 on it if you prefer. Or you can put Windows 11 on it right now. Or you can wait and you can do it later. You can do it 10 years from now. You can do it tomorrow. You can do it next month. We don't know what the future holds, if things are going to get cheaper or more expensive, if we're going to see more variants of the virus going around that could continue to have an impact on inflation, with results of also distribution issues, manufacturing issues. you know, if you were living forever, if you were immortal and you had all the time in the world, waiting is easy. But since we don't know how long we have on this planet, each of us individually, if you procrastinate or put off rewarding yourself for something you want, life can change in an instant. Anything from a medical issue to a car accident to a slip and a fall, and in a moment in time, your life is forever altered. So if you're in a position that you can afford it and you want it, and it's something that would bring you enjoyment, I would not put it off. Because every day you're without it is one less day you'll never have again. Every day that we spend is one less day that we have. And I don't know how many days you have left. I don't know how many days I have left. And with regards to the market, it's hard to say if the market's going to get better or if it's going to get worse or if it's going to stay the same. And if you want to put your life on hold and wait to see how it pans out, that's all time you won't get back that you could have been using and enjoying it. So, and that's assuming nothing tragic or catastrophic happens that would prevent you from even doing it anyway. So if you can afford it and it's something you want to do it while you can. Every day you go without it is one less day you're going to have with it. I can always make more money. I can never make more time. All right, let's take a look here at what's going on with this. Looks like the update completed. And then did we get everything else? I am curious about this BIOS. It says BIOS installer. No, it's this one. This is here. Asus controller Realtek firmware update tool. Oh, that's for the audio? Let me try that one out and see what this does. Let's extract this. There's where it extracted. Realtek camera firmware update tool. No Realtek camera. Oh, this laptop doesn't have a camera on it. That's weird that it was offering us a driver for something we don't have. Well, that's one less driver we have to deal with then, isn't it? I guess if you want a camera, you'll have to plug a USB camera in. So that Realtek file, we can delete that. And where was it here? Realtek external camera. Interesting. Oh, we don't need that. We don't need that. I thought the Realtek drivers were for a sound card. I didn't realize it was for an external camera. Asus multi-antenna service. I don't know what that is. This should be our BIOS, I think. Let's double click. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Let's extract. Perfect. We'll close that and delete this so I don't confuse myself later. Okay, so that's BIOS version 308. What BIOS version did I say we had? I can't remember. We'll go back over to CPU-Z. Let's take a quick look in here. BIOS is 309. So we definitely don't want to go backwards. It said 309 is the latest. See the .309 there? So apparently we don't need this BIOS update. So that's another one we don't have to worry about. So I can delete that. Right click and delete. Looks like there's a Bluetooth driver here. Let's double click on that. You can really hear the fans in this thing cranking up. And restart. Avery joins us, Ken Stout joins us, Patrick Holcomb joins us. Welcome in, guys. Good to see you. Michael Manzini said that laptop has the current BIOS, and that's why it's grayed out. It shouldn't be offering it to me, right? Like if it's the Asus utility could be a lot better. It could tell me what version I have and what version is available, or only show me available updates that I need. Don't show me ones I don't need. That's how everybody else does it. So Asus is kind of in their own little world with this and makes it very difficult. More difficult than it needs to be anyway. All right, so we did this update right here. What I'm doing is I'm deleting them as I complete them. Wait, it wasn't, that was the Bluetooth. Right click and delete that. Then I know I don't have to put that in anymore. I don't know what this is. Antenna service. Let's find out. Delete the zip file. We've extracted everything to this folder. Install.bat. No idea. No idea what that does. But I think I'm done with it. Assuming it installed. Game first. Some kind of power driver. Let's extract this. Close that. Delete this. We've extracted it here. Install again. And again, I don't know what it's saying. I'm going to assume that it's happy. No idea. Refresh rate tool, Asus system controller. Let's double click on that. The existed version is already the latest. So you know what? Apparently Madi has been getting these updates. Maybe they're coming in automatically. What about the NVIDIA driver? That's a big driver. There's a video driver. Hey, that's a video. All right, so as I continue to install all these drivers, I just wanted to make sure things were up to date before I clone it. Not that I couldn't do it after I cloned it. Bennett Russell joins us and says hello. Michael Dane says he got the power supply that I sent him. He never heard from FSP, so planning to throw the power supply away. It's not worth the headache. What happened was FSP sent me a power supply. It was a pretty high-end, heavy-duty power supply, high wattage. I didn't have any use for it. I didn't like the lack of sleeving on the cables. I thought they, you know, on a high-end flagship power supply, it should have sleeved cabling. I didn't like the response I got from FSP, which was, we're using the same cabling Seasonic does. Not a good answer. I asked Michael Dane if he wanted the power supply. Maybe he had something to use it in, because I didn't want to mess with the cabling. Cable management was going to be a nightmare. He said he'd take it. I boxed it up. I sent it to him. It cost me like $50 to mail that to him in Ohio. He got it, plugged it in, heard a loud popping sound, and I guess smoke came out, and I said, you know, you could call FSP or email them and get an RMA and send it back and get it replaced. And he reached out to them and they're not responding to him. So I said, well, let me send you a decent, EVGA power supply. It's like what I sent, like a 750 watt or something like that. And apparently he's just updating me in the chat, letting me know that he got that today. Now that I just ordered off of Amazon and had Amazon shipped directly to him, because you get free shipping with Amazon. Me, I have to pay for a box, I got to pay for packing, and then I got to pay for the shipping. And it can cost as much to mail a power supply as the power supply costs new at Amazon with free shipping. So hopefully you'll have better luck with that EVGA power supply. Oh no, I didn't send him an EVGA, I sent him an NZXT. The NZXT power supply, the C750, that's right. That's what I have in this machine right here. That's the NZXT C750. It's a good power supply. I really like them. It's fully modular, super quiet. I think it has a 10-year warranty if I'm not mistaken. It's like a $130 power supply. Okay, so what did I just do? I just did the NVIDIA stuff, right? I did that one, so let's delete that one. Every time I install one, I remove it so I don't confuse myself and wonder, did I do this one? Did I not do this one? There's an INF update for Intel. We'll run that. That one will usually require a reboot after we install it. That's your chipset drivers. Yep, and then it's going to want the reboot. When that comes back up, of course, I'll delete that file. So again, I'm reducing the number of overwhelming choices I have for all those drivers. Bennett Russell says, I sent you an email. Yes, Bennett, I've already read your email aloud and answered it. You can rewind this video and see where I did that earlier. About 30 or 45 minutes or so into this video, I read that aloud and answered it aloud here. And you can rewind this live video and watch that. I think, let me see. I'm getting anxious to want to take the back of this laptop off. Let's see. the one I just did was the INF update. I don't know what these are. They're executable. So I'll start with this one. I have no idea what this is, but it's an update, and I want to make sure everything is updated. Oh, and that's going to require a restart too. Oh boy. Billy Connor contributes $100 in Super Chat. Wow, that's very generous. Billy says, I appreciate your show, and I've been watching your videos for years, and today I was somehow finally notified to catch a live show. Cheers. Well, thank you so much, Billy, and we'll make sure that you're a moderator here. We don't see that generosity very often, and absolutely appreciate that very, very much. Golden Faces just became a member here. Right on. Thanks for joining the Tech Club. Mark Gaines contributed £10 and said, good evening, everybody. Okay, so I did this one up here, so let's delete that one. Let's do the next one down. Oh, joy, it gets to restart again. If you have any technical questions for me, if there's a problem you're trying to solve, please go ahead and ask in the chat room and I'll do my best to provide an answer for you. Billy Connor says, I don't want anything. I have 2 laptops and a gaming PC already. Well, if you ever have any issues, you have questions, you want to reach out to me, Billy, I'd be happy to show my appreciation for your generosity by returning the favor. If you have any questions, feel free to email me, and I'll make sure that I'll do my best to provide answers for you. So that was this one right here. So then this will be the next one. And that one wants a reboot too. Everything wants a reboot after installing. Winston Lewis contributed $5 Canadian. He says, I am watching you from Vancouver, Canada. Bonjour, Carrie. Bonjour, Winston. Richard Palmentier joins us. BH Ringer says, check out Doug Bett's live Windows training video on YouTube tomorrow. Yeah, I don't broadcast on Saturdays usually, so if you want more good technical content, be sure and check out Doug Bett's channel as he goes live on Saturdays usually. And BH Ringer has the link in there that you can follow and subscribe to him. If you like my content, I think you'll like Doug's content as well. We're both real working computer technicians, and we both enjoy helping people. Okay, so we did this one. This is an audio driver. Double click on that one. and it wants to restart. Of course it does. Ian McLeod says, if you can help me find the mute button for my wife, that would be great. He says, I am still alive because I know she will never see this. Well, I hope she's not within earshot. Ian McLeod. Might get you in trouble. Okay, do we have all of our updates? Of course we don't. What else are we missing? What else? So that one we just did, so I can erase that now. There's a wireless driver. Oh, and it wants to reboot. What a shock. And around we go. Again, if you have any technical questions for me, please feel free to ask in the chat. And while we're waiting for each of these drivers to update and reboot, gives me an opportunity to address any questions you have for us to interact together. My Gatorade's a little warm. I'm going to just step off screen for a minute and grab me a new one. An ice cold Gatorade. All right. Now I can delete that one. Go to the one above it. I wonder if we're going to have to reboot. Yeah. Alan Lindos contributes $7.77. Says, sorry, Carrie, my bad. I'll catch your Gatorade your next Gatorade next time. Thank you, Alan. Steve H contributes $10. He says, don't sweat the small stuff. Have a good weekend. Hey, we haven't even cracked this thing open yet. The problem if you don't do updates one at a time is if any of the updates cause a problem and you updated more than one thing, how do you know which thing caused the problem? So it's always best, in my opinion, to do one at a time, and then if for some reason the laptop doesn't power back on, doesn't take us to the desktop, or we get a blue screen, we know it's the last driver we installed. Or you can roll the dice and install all the drivers and then hope for the best. So that's the LAN driver. Well, the other one was the wireless driver. William Dawson says Asus needs a master auto update app that can do it in steps. Yeah, I'm spoiled with my Dell laptops. You know, you just go to Dell Update and it's super easy. You get your BIOS update, your driver updates. HP does the same thing. I don't know why Asus has chosen to go this way, but otherwise it seems like a really nice laptop. Patrick says, I'd like to give a shout out to Carrie Holzman's mystery guest who seems to be doing well in the video game they're playing. This laptop, every time it starts up with the ROG logo, as soon as you turn it on, it makes that sound. It's pretty annoying. Let's take a look here. Delete. Here's another wireless LAN driver. I don't know if one was newer than the other, but hopefully if one is older, like if I'm trying to put an older driver on, the installation should warn me. And another reboot. All right, so I think once this reboots, I'll go ahead and delete that installation file that we just used. And then I'm going to go ahead and shut it down, and we're going to do the upgrade. Okay, so that's the one we just did right there. So everything else, all these other zip files are other updates. That's not a zip file. That one's not a zip file. That one's not a zip file. That one's not a zip. So I think what I'm going to do is take care of these ones that are not zip files. Touchpad driver. I'm going to say no. I'll do the other touchpad driver. I don't know why there's two. And then we'll do this one. Let me check the phone, see if anything has come in. I haven't missed anything. All right. I'm going to move these boxes out of the way. These are the boxes from the beginning of the video that was showing you that hardware that I purchased. When a customer brings a machine into me, regardless of whatever the problem is, if they're doing an upgrade or we're doing a repair, I will still go through and make sure all the updates are installed for all the devices, all the Windows updates and the latest BIOS, before I return the computer to the customer, to ensure that they are going to have a positive experience with it when they get it home and they start using it, that they will notice, ideally if it was a repair or upgrade, that it's running better, and with all of the updates installed as well, that they won't run into any issues that the updates fix. And so overall, I shouldn't hear from that customer again for a very long time. So that's all standard practice, and of course when you're working in a shop, you'd be doing multiple computers at the same time. So while one's installing a driver or downloading a driver, you could be working on another one, and when that one's scanning for viruses or whatever you're waiting for it to do, you come back over to this one. And so you're working on multiple machines, generally speaking, in the industry. And that way you're able to make more money by doing multiple machines at the same time. Instead of twiddling your thumbs waiting for every reboot, the machine should be waiting for you, not you waiting for it. I'm going to put this one last one on. I know I said that before, but the rest of these are zip files. I'll get into those later. I don't see anything running here. Did I miss it? Settings, updates, check for updates. That's right, I have to use that My Asus utility, don't I? What did this do? There, I never saw that before. All right, that's gonna be our last reboot. When we come back, I'll delete that file. We'll go ahead and empty the recycle bin because we don't want to extend the length of time it's going to take to clone this drive to the new drive. I'm also curious if we can get into the BIOS what the NVMe mode setting is on. So I'm in the BIOS now, which it won't show you through the HDMI port. So I will try to show it to you here. Let's take a look in here. BIOS version 309. What if I click on that? Does it offer anything there? No, it's just more information. Serial number, 2070 graphics card, administrator password, Intel boot drive. Should be a more advanced menu. F7 is advanced. SATA mode is AHCI. Fast boot is enabled. Security I don't care about. So where is our NVMe information? Oh, the animation logo, you can turn that on and off, okay. Graphics configuration, that's fine. Oh, there's NVMe configuration. It doesn't tell us which mode we're in. Shows the size is 2 terabytes, shows the bus number, but it doesn't provide us with the speed of that port. Smart settings is not going to be in there. That's not the network stack, it's not the USB configuration. Yeah, it's just not in here. Secure boot. I don't see it. This is a performance laptop, so I can't imagine the slot would be running at ×2 speed, but it doesn't seem to offer us any option anyway. Huh. We'll save changes and exit. Tommy John says, Carrie, I'm getting really mad at YouTube. They've stopped sending me notifications for your channel. Just type into YouTube search how to be notified or how to get notifications. Now, a lot of the videos are going to be several years old. Don't watch any of those because YouTube's changed the process. Find a video that was made within the last year, click on it and follow those steps, and that should fix your issue. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and shut this down. And now the fun part is we get to open this up. So as soon as this powers off, there it goes, just now shut off. It does one final like run through of RGB across the keyboard, and then all the lights turn off. So I'm going to go ahead and pull power and pull the HDMI plug. And then let's take a look at how this thing opens up. I'm probably going to have to get that USB dongle removed. You want to film close up for me?
Of course.
Let me grab the portable camera. I'm not quite sure what my battery life is going to be like on here, but I'm about to find out. Here, will you hold that for me? Watch your step here. And just hold on a second. Let's see if that synchronizes and we can get you guys some close-up of me opening up this laptop. Let me see. I need to use the right mouse, which is not that one. Let's go to camera 3. There we go. All right, come step over here. And I need probably one of my iFixit toolkits. Actually, it looks like just the JIS driver is all I'm going to need. Here's my Hosan JIS driver that I got from Amazon. Do me a favor, stand over there and point it this way. Not that far, come a little closer. There you go. And then we want to focus right down here. All right, so where do we have screws? One here, one there. Whoa, that one in the corner was longer. So I want to put these in the order of how I'm taking them out, since they're not all the same. That's the bottom row, and then we've got one here. And in the corner. That one seems like it's stripped out. We'll come over to this corner. Boy, they're both doing the same thing. Interesting. And then this one. And then there's one right in the middle. And I think that's all there is. So essentially they're all very long screws except for these two. These are the two short ones here and here. Now, with regards to how we open this, am I missing something? Ah, there's two more screws that matches the same layout in the back as it does on the front. And those are shorter screws. Interesting. All right, so that's a total of 4, 9, 11 screws. I am kind of curious why these aren't coming out. We're running low on, oh, looks like we lost video. Are you seeing a screen there? Which, okay, now the video came back. Which battery is running low? Let me step around and see. So this battery here doesn't give us battery information. That's an unusual. Okay, we're going to go to a blank screen here for a minute because I'm going to switch the battery out. So bear with me for a second. Guys, you should still be able to hear me. I'm going to switch the batteries out in the cameras. I didn't know I was going to be using this today. And yeah, hopefully that battery will last a little longer. I usually have these pre-charged ready to go, but for some reason I forgot to charge this one up. Okay. So where was I? Trying to open this. Probably need my spudger tool to get in there. So I have this, well, to keep losing the signal. I don't know why that keeps happening, guys. Bear with us here. I'm not sure what's happening there. The synchronization between the camera wireless receiver giving us some difficulties here.
On channel 8. Channel 8.
What?
Channel 8.
Yeah, I mean it selects the channel automatically, so yeah, it just keeps resetting. I don't know why it's resetting, so let's hardwire that portable camera. Let me grab an HDMI cable. Let me think, how am I going to do that? That needs to have one of these cables right over here. Bear with me for a minute, guys. We're dealing with a little live video technical issues. So let me come around here. So we're going to pull this cable out. And I'm going to plug this cable in. And then when I do that, it should solve this problem. Okay, now we're hardwired. And I have to go to camera 2 now because that's a different input. All right. Camera 3 we can shut off. Yeah, wireless was really acting up. I don't know what's going on with it. In the meantime, let's take a look. Part of my issue is this screw that won't come out. There it is. Oh, we got some cables attached here. So we have a small ribbon cable going to, where's it going to? Oh, that's for the RGB lighting. That's what that's for. silly nonsense. I'm gonna try and leave it connected because I'm too lazy to want to take that apart. Okay, so here's our 2.5-inch drive that's completely empty that Madi's not using. Hey, there's $1.99 from Tony Wallow. Hey, Tony. Thanks for the Amazon gift card the other day as well. Haven't seen Tony in the chat in a little while. All right, let's see. We've got a screw here, 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 and what? Is there one under here? Probably. Yeah. Okay. Once again, we're using the JIS driver. I'm going to put these screws just over there so you don't mix them up. When we do this job, what we want to pay attention to is the direction the drive is installed in. This is something that's very easy to overlook. And then when you go to put your new drive in, it's when you're taking things out and you're manipulating upside down, right side up. This is a good time now to take a look at this because this cable is only going to reach so far. So we want to make sure that the solid state drive we put in here will be in the same orientation, bottom up with the connectors to the back. With those 4 screws removed, this caddy should come out, which it does, and then that's how the drive is enclosed. It's a Seagate, just as the software told us. And we'll take this, there's 2 screws on each side that have to come out. I would not use a power driver on these. They're very shallow screws. It only takes a couple of turns to get them removed. And the power driver can create an over torque situation where you can either strip the screw, strip the head of the screw, or actually break the screw, shear it right off. So because we're dealing with very small parts here, I'm going to turn everything by hand. Okay, now here's our new drive that we're going to put in there. Same capacity, 2 terabytes, but instead of mechanical, solid state. There's no reason you have to go with Samsung or any particular manufacturer when it comes to a SATA-based drive, because they're all going to their max speed is limited by the SATA controller of the motherboard. So they're all going to pretty much run the same. I don't know how you're supposed to get this out. Getting the parts out of the box is oftentimes much more difficult than actually installing the parts. So on the bottom it says remove before installing. I don't know why that's there. So remember, I left this in this orientation so we know which direction to put this back on, or put this back in. So it's going to go in that way. So we'll lift this drive out, set it over here, and we'll put this drive in. And we want to align the holes because this drive's quite a bit thinner, as you can see, but with the caddy it won't matter. The screws will hold it where we need it to be. You don't want to over tighten these screws. Pretty much you're gonna turn it until it stops, and don't force it any further than that. And then once we get these last two in, we can put this right back where it was. Now there is no partition or format because that's brand new out of the box. So when we start Windows up, it's not even going to see this until we go into the disk management in the control panel and then partition it and format it. Now there's these little tiny posts that stick up. There's one there and there's one there. And that's going to align. And when you go through those little posts, it's essentially aligning it for you. The little sticker's in my way though. Okay. So that's done, and we can put this connector back on. And then that little piece of tape goes over that for some reason. And we've got our M.2 drive under here. And then under here is our RAM. So you remember that CPU-Z said there were 4 slots. I only see 2. Alright, so we're going to pull this NVMe drive out. And then located directly under the NVMe drive is our wireless card right there. It's covered up by the NVMe drive. So if we wanted to upgrade the Wi-Fi, that's super easy to get to. So at least Asus has made this laptop easy to work on. Now I'll grab the new Samsung 970 EVO drive, and I'm going to cut the tape on this. I was looking to see if he had a secondary M.2 slot in here, but it looks like he's only got the one. There's our brand new drive right there. And we'll pop that in here. And this super itty bitty tiny screw. This is why it's always important that you use a magnetized screwdriver. Bring that down. Now, just for grins, I can blow these fans out, but they look pretty clean. But while we've got it apart, I've got my air duster here. Okay. And that should be that, ladies and gentlemen. Not too bad. I'm going to just start a couple of screws here, like these that didn't want to come out. I'm going to put these back in. And I think I'll put the 2 in from the corners as well. But I'll leave the others out just in case I have to get back in there for any reason. That'll be a good start. Okay, so we're back over to what is essentially 2 brand new storage devices. Neither one is partitioned, nor are they formatted, and so this machine has nothing to boot to. So I have got in this other room my favorite little NVMe utility. Which is my Silverstone TS16. This is a great tool for a technician because there's no tools involved. You just pop your NVMe drive in there. So we'll grab Monty's old drive and just set that in its track. And then I can just bend that back and it locks it right in. It's good to go. So what I'm going to do then is grab my, let's see, I don't need the spudger. Let me put the spudger away. I'll grab my Acronis Rescue USB stick. Here it is. We'll put that here. And then we'll turn this on. And since this USB stick is the only thing this machine can boot from, I shouldn't have to hit F2 or press any keys in particular order. And it should just automatically boot to this Acronis. So we'll give that a second, and hopefully that's what it's about to do. That was quick. Now, this has a USB Type-C interface on it, and I don't think this laptop has a Type-C. Or does it? Let me see. What's back here? Is that Type-C? Yes, it is Type-C. Now I have to hit the power button on this. So the light's red. I push that. Now it's got to initialize. Give that a few seconds to initialize. Now if we look over here at the screen, I'll choose Tools and Utilities, Clone, Automatic Mode, Next. Wants to know what source file. Well, it can only see 2 right now. It shows a 2 terabyte M.2 SSD enclosure and the bootable flash drive that we just brought up Acronis from. So clearly that's our source. We hit Next. Now it's going to look and see what possible destinations we have, and it should show us the 2 terabyte Samsung and the 2 terabyte SanDisk. And of course I want to clone to the Samsung. They're both not initialized, they're both the same capacity. That's the one we want right there. And I hit Next. And yes, it's going to replace a disk on this machine, so I hit Next and proceed. So that's going to take a few minutes. It shouldn't take too long at all. I'll switch back over to camera 1. And camera 1. There it is. Okay, you can turn off camera 2. Thank you. That was helpful. You want to, wait, don't walk over there. Put that, yeah, just set it anywhere. Thank you. overall, pretty straightforward job, I think. Some laptops are very difficult to work on. This laptop, I'm delighted to say, was pretty simple. Just looking through your chat comments where we're waiting for the cloning, just to see if there's any questions I might have missed. Oh, the battery. Yeah, I should have plugged this back in, right? Thank you for reminding me about that. I forgot. I don't want the battery to die on me while we're cloning. Otherwise, I'll have to start over again. Good news is we can always add power at any time. We don't have to turn anything off to do that. There we go. Appreciate that reminder. Danny McGrath wants to know what the biggest hard drive is now. For consumers, you can go to Amazon or Newegg and buy a 20 terabyte mechanical drive. That's as big as they make them for consumers. People are saying, great job to Mara, the camera lady. You have, I think, 3 or 4 people.
Thank you.
And how is this progressing? We're about 25% there. CM2K says hello, welcome in, welcome in. Trevor Dunn says, I did what you are doing. I restored an image onto a new NVMe drive, but Secure Boot did not like the new drive. I had to reinstall Windows. I hope it works for you. Well, these are all live, unscripted videos, and we're going to find out. I hear people, you know, prophesizing doom and failure all the time, and it kind of makes me chuckle. Because, you know, even if we have a problem like that, we would solve it, not by reinstalling Windows. There's ways around resolving your secure boot issues. But if you reinstall, obviously you don't have to learn how to fix anything. If every answer you have is a reinstall, to me that's not repairing. A true technician should be somebody who understands how to repair the things. Sometimes a repair isn't feasible because of the amount of time or expense it'll take, but apart from those two issues, a true technician should be able to repair any particular computer problem, not just some. Reinstalls are sort of, you don't have to have any education or knowledge to do a reinstall. Anybody can do that. And as I mentioned, there are times when a reinstall makes the most sense. If there's a lot wrong with the machine and the customer's okay with it, it can be faster to do the reinstall than to do the repair, and so the customer can get their computer back faster. In this case, though, I expect everything to go back on exactly as it was. So we have been live now for 3 hours and 41 minutes. I like to keep my Friday videos under 4 hours. So hopefully we'll have this all wrapped up here in the next 20 minutes. In the meantime, this is your last call. If you have questions, technical questions I can answer, feel free to ask in the chat and I'll do my best to provide an answer, or someone else in the chat may also provide you an answer. Got a lot of knowledgeable and very helpful and kind and supportive people in the chat room. So please don't be shy. Everybody's welcome as long as you're nice. If you have a serious question, between myself and other chat room participants, I'm sure you will get an answer. Marco says, Carrie, it also takes experience and knowledge to know when not to do a reinstall. A client did that and lost all her programs and data. Well, that's why you have backups. Danny McGrath says, what's the best gaming computer you can get? Whatever you can afford. So there's no such thing as best. There's only something that you think has value. Other people may not find value in it. Also, different games like flight simulators or retro games or first-person shooters or RPG all require different things to make the computer best for that type of genre. So there's no such thing as best. At the end of the day, it's whatever you can afford will be the best that you can get for the money. Bikeman wants to know, is it advisable to do a clean install of Windows when a feature update releases? 20 years ago, but not anymore, no. No, you can be running the same version of Windows 10 that you upgraded from Windows 8 or Windows 7 years ago that's gone through numerous updates, and there's absolutely no reason that you should ever have to do a reinstall unless something's not working, and even then I would suggest repairing it. Those days of Windows 95 and how flaky it was in 98, those days are behind us now. Microsoft has got most of this pretty well figured out, and the key is to pretty much leave things alone. The more you want to keep changing things, experimenting with software you're downloading, then the likelihood of having to do a reinstall increases. So you could also take an Acronis True Image backup of your machine, and then that way you don't have to do the reinstall. You just restore from your Acronis True Image backup, and it puts all your activations back, at least for Microsoft stuff. It puts back all your programs, all your data, all the updates to Windows, your wallpapers, your icons, all of it goes right back to the way it was. And as long as you have that, at that point, you would never, ever need to reinstall. That's the power of backup, my friend. I think some people just like reinstalling. That's what it amounts to. All right, how are we doing over here? Let's come back around. It says it's completed, so I'll click OK, and I'm going to hold the power button in to shut this down. And I'll just hold the power button in until all the lights turn off. I'll pull my Acronis rescue disk, and I'm going to pull the NVMe enclosure. And we're going to see if this thing can boot now. In theory, it should look exactly like it did when this drive was installed, if we did everything correctly. This does have secure boot enabled in the BIOS, and let's see if that impacts our ability to boot. We're about to find out. It's live. No tricks, nothing up my sleeves. What's going to happen? Place your bets. Danny wants to know if you could make the Acronis USB with Rufus. You make the Acronis USB with the Acronis software. That's the best way to make it. So we have a blue screen here, right? So it started to load, had a problem. Now this can happen up to 3 times, at which point it'll probably just boot it into safe mode. Let's just reboot it up to 3 more times. Well, 4 times total. Let's watch what happens. This is why reinstalls aren't necessary. For the most part, when Windows 10 detects a failure, it can correct itself, but it doesn't do it the first time the failure happens, because that could just be a fluke. So it waits until the same failure happens 3 times. So let's find out what happens. So again, now this blue screen, what it's telling us, if I turn this around so I can see it, it says your device ran into a problem and needs to restart, and you can restart. And we're getting an inaccessible boot device, and that may be in fact related to the secure boot option being enabled. So we're going to turn it on a 3rd time. See if anything has come into my email while we're waiting. Oh yes, in fact, a couple of you. Ross Whitehead sent in a $100 Amazon gift card. Right on. Well, thank you so much. That's from Ross Whitehead. Appreciate your generosity and your support. It's very kind of you. And the other one is unrelated. So, right on. Thanks, guys. Now, you see, we get a different screen now. So what this screen says is automatic repair. Your PC did not start correctly. Press restart to restart your PC, which can sometimes fix the problem. You can also press advanced options to try other options to repair your PC. Did it do an automatic repair? Let's see, what are advanced options? Continue to go to Windows 10, troubleshoot, reset the PC, no, advanced options, startup repair, system restore, firmware, see more recovery options, system image recovery. Let's go back to advanced options. Let's do startup repair. Now it says diagnosing your PC. We'll give that a second just to see if that helps us. If that doesn't help us, we'll go into the BIOS, we'll disable secure boot, and then right now it's checking the disk for errors. It says this might take over an hour. Not with an NVMe drive, it should happen much, much faster than that. Everything is live. This is all shot in one continuous take. Nothing is scripted. So this is the real work of what it is to be a computer technician in real time. Problem solving in real time, and Not everything goes smooth like the polished edited videos many hobbyists and enthusiasts will make. Now it says advanced, startup repair could not repair your PC. So let's do this. Let's go to advanced options and let's say troubleshoot, advanced, and UEFI firmware settings. And what that's going to do is then I don't have to hit the button at the right time. This will just take us right in to the BIOS, and then we will disable secure boot and see if that will let us into Windows. So we go back over to advanced mode and boot. We're going to turn fast boot off because sometimes that can be a problem. And under security, under secure boot, we'll disable secure boot and then we'll save and exit. Yeah, we'll see if that makes it any happier or if it makes any difference at all. So the downside, of course, being live on YouTube and me trying to finish up within 10 minutes is I don't necessarily have as much time to see this through during my broadcast schedule. So I'm just hopeful that, yeah, and that did fix it. You see, we're up to the desktop. So we let that run and let it initialize the new hardware. And in order to see the second drive that we installed, that 2.5-inch drive, I go to the, let's see, I right click on the start menu and I'm going to go to disk management. And disk management says, hey, you've got a drive here that's not initialized. And all we have to do is click OK. And then it shows it down here as an unallocated partition. So we right click, say it's a new simple volume, hit next, next, next. I want to get rid of that title. The volume label can be blank. Next, finish. Now it formats that volume. And as soon as it's done formatting here, it should only take a moment, then it'll assign the drive letter to it. There it is. So that's drive letter D. So that's our new C drive and our new D drive. Both are now functional. Now, if I want to turn secure boot on, let's restart it. And the first thing I want to do is I'm going to turn fast boot back on. So as soon as this gets me back to a post screen, I don't know if it's delete or F2 that I've got to press. So I'll try them both. Perfect. F7 will take us to advanced mode. Go over to security. I'm sorry, over to boot rather. Let's turn fast boot on and then save and exit and make sure that the system still boots okay. And this way we can identify what was causing the blue screen, or if by doing this we've addressed it and fixed it. So far, so good. No more blue screen. If I run Crystal Disk Mark, we can see if the new drive is going to be faster. So just very quickly, we'll go to the C drive, and I just want to do this top row of tests because we were about 1,500 on the reads on this Intel drive we pulled out. I want to see this over 3,000, and And I'd like to see the write speeds at close to 3000 as well. So this is at 2296. I don't know why it's running a little bit. Oh, here we go. It's a little better. 2739. Still a little bit slow, but that's not on the drive. There's something in the configuration of this hardware where that's just a little bit slower than it really should be. I'd like to see that in the 3000s at the very least. We're pretty close, and it's almost double the speed of what was in there. And then on the writes, we'll see if it does any better. Yeah, so the writes are at 3235. The read, for some reason, is a bit low. So 2739 on the read, 3248 on the writes. And then let's try the D drive now. Remember that was what, 100? You remember what it was? It was 100 and something. This I expect to be about 550 on both sides. We're pretty close to somewhere around 550. So this is the SanDisk 2.5-inch drive, SATA, which should be, yeah, we're at 532 right now on the reads. That's almost 3 to 4 times faster than the mechanical 2 terabyte drive that was in it. It's a massive, massive difference. Okay. So 546 on the reads and 453 on the writes. Massively, massively faster than this archaic thing. So we'll close this down. Oh, try that again. Close that down. And we're going to reboot. This time I'm going to turn Secure Boot on and see if it still boots without the blue screen. If that's the case, it's pretty much done and it can be sent back to Madi. You've done the work that he's asked to do. I'll put the Samsung Magician on there along with the Samsung NVMe driver just to see if that improves the performance at all. But other than that, the machine's pretty well done. I got to put the rest of the screws back in it. But let's just check this one final thing with Secure Boot, turning that back on. Secure Boot enabled, and then save and exit. And let's see if it gets us to a blue screen. So the reason we were getting the blue screen is apparently driver related, and so by just getting it into Windows, it loaded the driver it needed, and then perhaps we assigned a new Secure Boot key, or it was related strictly to the fast boot being enabled. In either case, this is why I say if you change more than one thing, you're not quite sure which thing you changed that's fixed it. At this point, it really doesn't matter. Everything is happy, and the machine is running as it should, and that should make Madi happy. With the exception, the drive is exhibiting some pretty slow NVMe, not slow, but slower than expected NVMe speeds. And while it's definitely an improvement, about twice as fast as this one, it's still not running where it should be. And I'll play with that a bit later in my spare time. I'll let you know what I find and finish installing the drivers and put the rest of the screws back in it, and this will get shipped back off to Madi. And yeah, this is a great gamer's laptop. I never really considered Asus on the gamer's laptops before, and I will say it seems to be quite a bit lighter than the Alienware. But how it performs, you know, and they put them side by side, I don't know. It still won't make you a better gamer, right? Your skills as a gamer are up to you, not the machine you use. If you don't know how to play a piano, it doesn't matter how expensive of a piano you buy. It's not going to sound good if you don't know how to play. So I don't worry too much. I don't put too much into the specifications and stuff like that, because to me, a true gamer, a real gamer, is going to kick your butt in a game no matter what hardware they're using. It's a poor gamer that blames the machine, in my opinion. Any last questions? We are just about right at 5 o'clock. I want to wrap things up. It's about dinner time over here. And I just want to give you one last opportunity to ask any technical question. Bob R. suggests loading the BIOS optimized settings. It's a great idea, Bob. We're out of time today, but that's something I can play with. This is, the hard work is done. Everything else is minor little massaging. Vital Vision says, another job well done by the pro. Excellent, and thank you, Carrie. Right on. Thank you, Vital Visions. We'll make sure that you are blue in here. Frank M says, thanks, Carrie. Have a good weekend. Bye for now. Blue Group, Mara, and chat. Old Man 55 says, thanks for the lesson, Carrie. I enjoyed it, and says goodbye from Arkansas. Duncan, he says, great show today. Richard Palmentier says, have a great night. Good video. Thank you, Richard. Sari Yerblue says, she is a middle-aged girl gamer with a 3080, and I will kick your butts. Bring it.
Bring it on!
Girl power. Josper is saying good night. Michael Dane says, as always, Professor Carey, another great show. Thanks, Michael. Bob R says, see y'all next time. Learn some new things today. Awesome. Jeff Ryman says, good lesson on all the upgrade steps. I'm going to upgrade my laptop hard drive to a solid state drive soon. You'll wish you'd done it sooner. It is a massive performance difference. Starshine says, thanks for the hangout and tips. All right, Starshine, we'll turn you blue. I just want to be able to identify friendly people that I want included in the chat room if I turn on members only again. So far today, it's been really good. I didn't see any abuse and I didn't see any spammers. So thank you for those of you who have become members. And there will be some exclusive member-only content coming up as well. All right, that's going to wrap it up for me. I don't see any other questions. Thanks you guys so much for watching. Thanks for all the contributions. Another shout out to everybody who's contributed during today's live stream, from Tony Wallow, Steve H., Alan Lindus, Winston Liu, Billy Connor with that $100 super chat. Wow. Zdravko Frankovic, I think that's how you say it, with the Croatian kuna contribution. Hector Avilas, Colin Hunt, Golden Faces, John Rice, Terry Hughes, Mike Yazzie, XRod666, Madi Yoel. Of course, thanks to Madi for the contributions and for sending the laptop for today's content. Channel Zero, Mark Gaines, Patrick Rousseau, Paul Cleaver, Robert Katnya, Chris Mole, Paul Cleaver, Roy Starman, and of course the first contribution, our good friend Peter Laycock. And thanks to Ross Whitehead as well for that Amazon gift card, and the Amazon gift card from Tony Wallow the other day. Thanks you guys so much for being so kind and so supportive. And I'll look forward to seeing you all again, hopefully on Monday. Plenty of content. Just have to pick which thing I'm going to show you. And be sure and check out my Amazon videos as well. I have some product reviews on there. That's a bit different from what I do here. So if you want some more of my videos, be sure and check it out at Amazon. All the links are in the video notes below the video. That's going to wrap it up for me for today. I will see you all again very, very soon. Until then, bye for now.